Mayor Siles is unable to be here this evening, so I will be filling in as Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sure there are going to be a few hiccups along the way, but I appreciate everybody's help as we work through this just as smoothly as possible. So the first order of business will be a motion that will excuse Mayor Siles from the meeting this evening.
Motion we excuse Damon, Mayor D.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Is there a second? Randy has a second. All those in favor of excusing Mayor Siles from the evening, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That matter passes unanimously. And so next we have a reading from our poet laureate, Fred Joyner. Welcome, Fred.
Good evening. I'm tired and I'm angry. I'm going to read, I normally come up here and I read one poem. I'm going to ask you to indulge me to read two short poems. One is, I'll read them, but I have two children. I have a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. I'm tired and I'm angry. Still life with bullets. Orlando Jones, a black actor, douses himself in a bucket of bullets. I flinch. Bullets against brown skin, even when the bruised and the busted aftermath is no easy thing to bear. Even at the distance of Facebook, there is nothing beautiful about the gilt curves of each bullet. Nothing admirable about the bullet's svelte ferocity. No safety knowing these bullets are holding their tempers. Afterwards, the spent bullets lie on pavements, hide in bodies, satisfied that they have perfectly executed what they're built to do. How many of us brown people can say that? That we have utterly spent ourselves on the purpose that that made us who we are? How many of us never become much of anything but skin stuffed with rage and grief? So I wouldn't end on that poem because I refuse to give in to despair and anger. Next poem is somewhat somber, but it's, I hope, ends on a slightly more hopeful note. Equinox. This is by Tamiko Bayer. The last poem was by a friend of mine, Paulette Beat, in Washington, D.C. Dear child of the near future, here is what I know. Hawks soar on the updraft, and sparrows always return to the seed source until they spot the circling hawk. Then they disappear for days and return a full flock, ready. I think we all have the power to do what we must to survive. One day, I hope to set a table, invite you to draw up a chair, greens steaming garlic, slices of bread still warm, honey flecked with wax, and a pitcher of clear water. Sustenance for acts of survival. For incantations.
All for you.
For incantations stirring across our tongues. Can we climb out of this greedy mouth disappear, and then return in force. But my stars are tucked in my pocket, ready for battle. If we flood the streets with salt water, we can flood the sky with wings. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Freya.
thank you,
Thank you, Freya. We love you. Thank you, Freya.
Yeah, I just want to say my thanks as well for Fred being here to really for all of us to have these moments, kind of shared moments. And today the shared moment is, very tragic day with the shooting in Texas and the loss of 12 innocent lives. But I do appreciate Fred and providing this important moment for all of us to grieve. Sammy.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. My heart is racing. Anyways, I feel like it's necessary to connect the dots between what Fred was responding to and this calamity that we just experienced with the way in which how this continues to happen. In Australia, they were able to ban assault weapons because they had politicians that did it. What is it about our country? What is it that doesn't allow us to do that? And I would say it is, in large part, the effect of money in politics. And the NRA has a huge influence with who is in power. But beyond that, it's not just the NRA, it's generally money in power. If we think about climate change and who is in power right now, where they get their money, we think about Palestine, what's going on there, who the people who are in power get their money. And I'd like to connect the dots. We had a recent election for our representative in Congress, to which over $3 million was spent by AIPAC and a crypto billionaire to buy that seat. And I'll just quote Nina Turner, who was running for office and also got demolished by the tsunami of money. Not only does every politician that takes NRA money have blood on their hands, so does every politician that partakes in and upholds a system that allows these big money interests to exist. I think it's upon us to recognize our power on the local level, to hold each other accountable to higher standards so that we may have a better world, whether it be climate change, gun violence, or war elsewhere.
Thank you, Sammy. Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And so while we're connecting the dots, let's also remember those that were gunned down in Buffalo just a few weeks ago. And I had hoped I wouldn't have to say anything, but I am. The election is over. The voters have spoken. The voters can't be bought. These folks have information about who they want to vote for and who they want to lead. The Honorable Senator Valerie P. Foushee is the Democratic nominee for North Carolina 04, who is also a family member of mine. I've stood back and watched person after person, even my colleague, who tries to separate what he was saying and others about dark money from my family member. You can't separate it. All that goes together. She is a woman of integrity, honesty, 25 years of exemplary leadership in this county. And how dare you come in here on your soapbox and try to bring this black woman down? How dare you? You've been doing it the entire time. And I am sick of hearing it. You are not in charge. The voters have spoken, and they said who they wanted to represent North Carolina 04, the Honorable State Senator Valerie P. Fouché. I don't need you to respond to me.
I'm not responding to you.
Mayor Pro Tem Romaine, you might want to take control of the meeting. It's going to get out of control. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Barbara. And if anybody else would like to speak in focusing our comments on the poetry reading, Randy?
Well, I just want to say that we have a local Moms Against Gun Violence that has been in action since Newtown and the 2017 shootings in Florida. I urge the listening audience and the folks who are here to push back against gun violence, to push back against the forces that try to dismantle gun safety legislation. The time is well past. There's, saying how our hearts and our meditations are with the families just means nothing if we won't stand and push back against the prevalence of gun availability, gun misuse, and gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, now we will move into the proclamation. We have one proclamation for this evening, and that will be on Period Poverty Awareness Week. Do we have a representative from the Diaper Bank of North Carolina? Hi, what is your name? Michelle. Please join me at the podium. In here.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? Just in terms of just a very quick introduction to this proclamation, we all tend to think about the ravages of poverty in terms of housing instability and food insecurity and educational, health disparities, climate change. But really, there's another form of poverty, period poverty, which can be every bit as stressful and debilitating for 1 in 4 girls and women in this country. So I just want to thank Michelle and the Diaper Bank of North Carolina and so many other groups around the state that are bringing awareness to this form of poverty. And also, just as importantly, I want to thank them for what they are doing to address the problem by collecting and distributing period products. So here we go.
Thank you.
Whereas approximately half the population will have a period every month for decades of their lives, and period supplies are a necessary product for millions of people across the country. And whereas national surveys and research studies report that 1 in 4 women and girls struggle to secure enough period supplies due to a lack of income, and this lack of period supplies, known as period poverty, can adversely affect health and well-being. And whereas national surveys also report that 1 in 5 women and girls miss work or school each month due to a lack of period supplies. And whereas people who experience period poverty risk infection by using proxy products, such as socks or toilet paper, or by not changing products as often as needed. And whereas period poverty is a public health issue, and addressing period poverty can lead to economic opportunity and improved health, thus ensuring that all people have access to the basic necessities required to thrive and reach their full potential. And whereas Carrboro is proud to be home to trusted community-based organizations, including On the Spot, a program of the Diaper Bank of North Carolina, a member of the Alliance for Period Supplies, a network of over 100 active period supply banks in nearly 40 states that are raising awareness of the importance of period products in ensuring health and providing economic stability, and thus distributing period products through various channels. Now therefore, I, Damon Siles, Mayor of the Town of Carrboro, do hereby proclaim the week of May 23rd through May 29th, 2022 to be Period Poverty Awareness Week in Carrboro. I encourage residents to share appreciation for local period supply banks and their staff, volunteers, and donors, and to contribute generously to period supply banks, product drives, and organizations that collect and distribute period products. This is the 23rd day of May 2022. Join me in a round of applause, please. Thank you. Would you like to say a few words? Great. And thank you. I'll pass this along to you.
I founded the Diaper Bank of North Carolina in 2013 with the goal of providing 50,000 diapers. We now provide nearly 4 million diapers statewide, as well as over 1 million period products. Our main focus is to provide to families living in poverty, but especially to students in school, because we know that they are missing school because they don't have the items that they need. It's a hard day, right? I cried all the way here because our work is dedicated to supporting children and students, and I apologize, but I thank you for this because many folks do not want to talk about periods, and yet we have students every single day missing school in our communities. I'm proud that we have just signed on with all of Orange County schools to provide period products in all of their schools. It's a first step in making sure that no one has to make these hard choices about hygiene items. During COVID, we have seen an 800% increase in period product requests. We've seen 400% increase in diaper requests and a 2,000% increase in adult incontinence has not slowed down. So we will continue to do this work. We thank you for your support and thank you for acknowledging the 1 in 4 menstruating individuals that cannot afford these basic hygiene items.
Okay. Next on the agenda will be announcement of upcoming meetings, and I'm going to turn it over to Wesley, our town clerk.
Thank you. Over the next week, I only have one here on the list, and it is the Racial Equity Commission meeting will be on May 25th at 6 p.m., and that is on Zoom. Any of the others, I just encourage you to go to our website and look at the calendar of events. There's a few coming up in first week of June, several, so stay tuned on those.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Wesley. And do council members have any other meetings to add? Okay. We're now going to move into the public comment part of the meeting. And normally what we do is we have public comment from those who are here to share comments about items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, I know we have a few folks here from IFC to talk about an interlocal agreement. And I know that some of you all were unable to stay until the very end of the meeting when we bring up the budget. So we have gone ahead and I know Wesley made adjustments in the schedule for that. I'm going to read down the names in order as they appear on the list. And I just wanted to mention one thing before we start, because the very first speaker will be talking about the budget. Mr. Manager will add to this when he does his budget presentation, but I just wanted to remind everybody we will not be making any decisions on the budget this evening. We're really going to be here gathering a lot of information. There will be 2 more opportunities to be weighing in on the budget. One will be June 7th, when we'll have a public hearing, and also June 14th, when our manager will be setting aside some time to talk about in more detail the IFC interlocal agreement, the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness budget, and also the Climate Action budget. So that time will be set aside June 14th, where we can have more discussion around the specifics. But with that said, let's go ahead and jump in. Yes, Barbara.
A question, Mayor Pro Tem. And are there folks here who don't have comments on the budget, and can they go ahead because you know what I mean?
I do. I think that would be very reasonable. So what Barbara is suggesting is, since we're making an adjustment for those here to talk about the budget, let's go ahead and actually prioritize those who are here to talk about items not on the budget. And I think that seems like a very fair, reasonable thing to do. So we are actually going to talk, first person I have, and excuse me if I mispronounce this, Andrea Eisen here from Present Day on Main. Only because of my reading glasses.
I'm not from present day on Maine. I'm speaking about present day on Maine. I'm so nervous, and I can't go off script. I wish I could encompass all the feelings. I'm just going to read this. I only recently grasped that the be-all and end-all of safety measures that I grew up with, call 911, is not a safe option for my black and brown friends. I have always taken my own safety for granted. My white privilege extends into a space that was created intentionally to uplift all community, with emphasis on cherishing black and brown voices and experience. I constantly sing the praises of how beautiful present day on Maine is. It is so warm and colorful and particular in its thought-provoking aesthetic. The space is a natural outgrowth of Sophie's and Soteria's actual intrinsic personhood, their selves, which are woven into their activism and artistry and work, their lived lives. That is the crux, this woven tapestry of all things identity, all things individual, and all things community. For too long, we have played out the societal trope of asking for the forced trainings of diversity officers and diversity trainings. We asked Soteria to volunteer her expertise, her leadership, her voice. We ask her to show up, and when she comes, we claim we've got everything covered. We need to realize that there is already much for us to learn from her. She is already offering us her truth and wisdom in the form of poetry and community projects and collaborations. I recently attended the opening of Our Lens, Our Voice, the photography and emotional expression project Soteria spearheaded that reframes and refocuses narratives of justice-impacted youth. It is beyond fantastic. I was emotionally and socially gobsmacked. Grow Your World, the program Sophie created to serve middle school children, Present Day on Maine, Soteria's poetry and art installations, their recently collaborative and wildly successful tutoring programs have benefited so many. I think it is not too unexpected that the 911 calls made from Present Day on Maine left those who are black and brown feeling unsafe, unheard, and blamed. Who does the police serve and protect, and how can they serve and protect? It seems 911 is a privilege and a weapon. While I believe people should be safe, I think the deck is way too unevenly stacked for the police to be able to do their job like we have ideally expected them to. The things Sophie and Soteria have asked for and outlined in their ask to the town of Carrboro address how they want to continue to share and work in the community and feel safe while doing so. Let's look carefully at the gift and opportunity that has been presented to us and to the town of Carrboro. I highlight one creative item that the owners of Present Day on Maine have sought. They have asked to be appreciated as a public benefit in Carrboro. They would like to develop a public-private partnership so that the town can support what they're doing. That's it.
Thank you very much for sharing those comments with us, Andrea. I have next on the list Tom Fenn, but it doesn't say. Tom, were you here for IFC? Okay.
Probably Ms. Weaver.
And then I have tree safety. Shurdenia Weaver? Did I pronounce that correctly? Yes. Good. Would you like to, it looks like you were here to speak about tree safety business? would this be a good time for you to come to the podium? We'd love to hear from you. And just as a reminder, I forgot to mention this to Andrea, who definitely stayed within our time limit, but we're looking at a soft 3 minutes for comments this evening, and we appreciate everybody trying to stay as close to that as possible.
My name is Shardina Weaver. I live on Broad Street, 213 Broad Street. I'm very concerned about the corner of Lord and West Main Street. There's a Japanese restaurant on the left-hand side when you are leaving, going to West Main Street. There is also a stoplight, but you can't see because there's trees there. And traffic is very, very congested in that area. And I was wondering, and I do wish that someone would come by and see that, and those trees need to be extracted from that area because it is dangerous, especially for the community that I live in, because we like to walk and we want safety. It's an old neighborhood. I've been over there 62 years, and I've seen it grow. I've seen it develop. Traffic is awful due to the fact that there is business on Lloyd Street, which is where the Piedmont Center is. I'm not complaining about that because we need that for poor people like me. But there's so much traffic there. It's cycling, it's wheelchairs, it's residential cars, student cars, and everything. And in the process of being built, there are tiny homes that will be down there by the park. That's coming, which is fine. And there's an affordable home right there at the corner of Carr and Broad Street. And it's terrible. And I was asking for that. And also, is there any way that we could make Broad Street or either Lower Street a one-way street? Doesn't matter which way it is, but my suggestion would be going down Lower Street all the way down past Fowler Street, because you can take a right, and then all the way down to Hill Street, which you can take a right and come up Broad Street. Those that live in the dead end of Broad Street, where they just build those new houses, they even can go to the right. But we need something done about that traffic, and also some speed bumps. And I ride around Carrboro and look at different areas and neighborhood. They have everything that I am asking for. Thank you for that information.
Thank you so much for being here, Shardenia. That was really helpful.
Thank you.
And I'll just follow up, Mr. Manager. Shardenia raised a bunch of concerns here and about the trees and the visibility, the one-way street, speed bumps, traffic patterns, and just hoping Public Works Department can be looking into all of that.
Yes, we'll look into it.
Thanks so much. Thank you again. Oh, Sammy?
One comment. Mr. Manager, also to connect her with the program we have for, there's a process for speed bumps and those kinds of things, to initiate that process for the neighborhood to consider. That's how we, how some neighborhoods have acquired those speed bumps. There's a process the town has to do that. So staff will connect with you and get you started.
Thank you. And so, Makita, I don't have you on my list, but were you here to share some public comments? Is this a good time for you?
First, I would like for us to take a minute. I would like to give some of my time and take a moment of silence for all the departed souls, including those that were recently lynched in Buffalo, New York. Okay, give thanks. Peace, love, fellowship, community. Grow to Life and the LGBT Center of Carrboro our co-sponsors, and welcome all residents to the Landings Tenant Association's Building Community Block Party 2022. Strengthening community ties and celebrating Black culture. The purpose of this event is to cultivate a space for intergenerational, cross-class, and cross-cultural community building. The goals are to eliminate stigmas around being in community with under-resourced neighbors, foster new relationships, eliminate class tensions, and strengthen ties that have been weakened through the isolation of the pandemic. And more importantly, to bring good food, music, and artism to the community. The objective of this event is to support the town of Carrboro's goals by showcasing the rich cultural history of Black residents, food producers, organizers, and artists. It will promote well-being by cultivating diverse, multicultural, cross-class community ties in a joyful, non-judgmental environment. Join us. All community members are welcome. Relax, bring your chair, bring your tent, bring your good vibes. Come and get your groove on with some reggae and some Afro Caribbean beats by DJ Spinks Entertainment, like Bob Marley, One Love. Gregory Isaac. It's gonna be local and vegan food, music, art, Black vendors, craft, and just fun. Games for all and more. I need to see all of y'all if you want to do something different this year on Memorial Day. If you believe in community building, this is the place. This is this Monday, May 30th, Memorial Day, from 4 to 6 in the Winmore Village Green, which is in the Winmore neighborhood of Homestead, across from Fire Station number 2 by Chapel Hill High School. Give thanks to the town of Carrboro and all the supporters for helping with this event. The Landings Tenant Association is a tenant-run, independent association. Again, peace. I feel like I'm in the classroom now. Love, fellowship, and community. Give thanks.
Thank you, Makita. I am, of course, a fellow resident in Winmore, and I look forward to being there. And if ever there was a time for peace, love, fellowship, and community, this is it. So hope some of you can join us as well. So now we can move on to those here to speak about the budget that I believe are mostly from IFC. Just to remind everybody, a soft 3 minutes for your public comments, please. And also, I don't know if this is going to come up or not, but if anybody from IFC does come after we have left the public comment section now, they will certainly be able to speak at the very end of the agenda when the budget comes up. So if anybody should text or what have you, just let them know they can still come. So first on my list, Jennifer Gill.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Gill, a resident of Carrboro and an IFC staff member. I'd just like to share a story that exemplifies the spirit of IFC. In October 2020, about 6 months into the pandemic, I was working at IFC, and we were located in Old Town Hall on the corner of Rosemary and Columbia, a space that has been provided rent-free to IFC by the town of Chapel Hill. It was a chilly and wet day, and it was the day of Activate IFC's Walk to the Polls. It's also the day that I began to fully understand what IFC is all about. Brand new to IFC's staff, I came to IFC having worked with older adults and was conditioned to office work. I thought surely the event would be canceled due to the cold and chilly weather. Nope. Instead, an unlikely group of staff, volunteers, and people who access IFC services donned rain gear and trickled into the parking lot, working together to stabilize and raise canopies under which we would gather. Quentin Harper, who's here in the room, was the leader of that event. As IFC's development director, I am proud to report that from Home Start Shelter for Women and Families to CQ Community House for Men, for almost 60 years, this community has raised a roof for safe shelter. And during that time, private donations have supported 70% of IFC's revenue. Wow. Thank you. Today, we face a 40% increase in homelessness in our county, and 73% of people experiencing homelessness are people of color. Through all of this, IFC is a beacon of hope. We are a pathway to resources for our neighbors experiencing hard times. On that chilly, wet day in 2020, we did walk to the polls. And as a group of us walked down Franklin to vote, a man from another IFC group shouted gleefully to us from Chapel of the Cross, "I just voted for the first time!" To which we all clapped and shouted in congratulations. Many of us did not even know each other, but we were bound by a commitment to IFC and a commitment to uplift each other and empower each other. People find this kind of community at our shelters every day. A gift to IFC is actually a gift to our neighbors who need resources. IFC cannot continue to depend upon private support for 70% of our revenue. We need government to be a true partner, to help create equity in our own backyard, and to be sure IFC can offer services for the long haul. Please commit public funds in the town budget to sustain IFC's shelters. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, Alan Rosen, please.
Hello and good evening. I'm Alan Rosen, and I've been a resident of Carrboro for 20 of the 30 years I've been in Orange County, including the last 9, and I reside at apartment number 8, Cedar Court, 506 North Greensboro Street. Since 2010, I've had the privilege of working at IFC and seeing firsthand how much care and attention our staff and volunteers bring to their work, providing critical social services to persons in need who live or work in Orange County. And I'm proud that IFC has been a long-time living wage employer. I'm here this evening to ask you to support the proposed 5-year interlocal agreement to fund IFC's residential facilities that provide the only housing in Orange County for those experiencing homelessness. Now I'd like to highlight some of the positive effects that I believe the interlocal agreement will have. First, the sustained commitment, which will increase the funding from local governments by percentage-wise. The sustained commitment will likely increase IFC support from other funders because this new support will be a strong demonstration of how highly the local governments value their partnership with IFC and also recognitions of IFC's importance to the local safety net. Second, I believe the overall increase in funding will lead to increases in staff and volunteer training, support services for our program residents, and increased success rates as individuals and families move out from IFC's residential facilities into their own permanent affordable housing. Third, and this is what is sort of most important to me, or I am most hopeful for, as I reflected in preparing these comments, I reflected on how fortunate I am to live here in Carrboro and Orange County. But I realize many of the qualities I enjoy most result from local government commitments like ease of recycling, bike lanes, and free public transit. But if I'm honest and reflect more, I realize these programs are the legacy of privileged local leaders making decisions substantially supported by privileged advocates and voters. Now, as I near the end of my career in this field of community development and social services, I'm hopeful that those entering the field now will be part of those who at the end of their career, 30, 40 years from now, will be amongst those who led the way for the restoration of the social safety net at the state and national level, corrected the systemic market failures which cause all too many hardships, and especially bend the arc of justice towards racial reconciliation and reparations. However, I'm also fairly certain that these transformative outcomes are more likely when local governments, like ours here in Orange County, regularly make funding decisions that privilege those who have been historically excluded and marginalized. To my mind, this is one of the very most important reasons why the town of Carrboro and its local peer governments should enter into the proposed interlocal agreement this upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you very much, Alan, for sharing those comments with us. Next up, I have Jay Miller, please. Thank you for being here, Jay. And just as I reminded the other speakers, a soft 3 minutes, please.
All right. Well, my name is Jay Miller, 2115 Homestead Road. I am the board treasurer, Interfaith Council. I know there's some other people speaking, and you've heard a little bit about the programs. I think you know about the programs. So I'm going to give some of my time to thank you for what you do for other social service nonprofits. It's amazing. I'm on the board at Club Nova. Look what we are doing there. I mean, we're a month away, and we got great support from Carrboro. I think David Andrews, some of you may remember, found some extra money in the budget. You all approved that, $50-something thousand. It was amazing. And it's a mental health organization. It's about to open a new building, about 4 weeks, I think. And also with the Arts Center, 8 years ago, I stood before you as the board chair of the Arts Center, and I was excited, and I was a little bit nervous because we had come out of a rough period and our finances weren't so strong. And I know now that the Arts Center is doing great things, as we always have. But 6 years of being in the black consecutive, much better shape financially, have raised a bunch of money. So thank you for supporting the Arts Center the way you have supported Club Nova. As the treasurer of Interfaith Council, I just want to break down, you know, all the services that we provide: food insecurity, housing support, emergency financial assistance. We confront poverty in many ways. Just this shelter issue is very key right now because the interlocal agreement, we're looking for $650,000 across the county and the municipalities, Carrboro, Chapel Hill, Hillsborough. We spend about $1.4 million on this sheltering alone, or temporary housing. So the $650,000, a little less than half is what we're asking for the combination of all this. The way I've got that broken down is, if you think about 100 persons, and we have a capacity of 116 between the Homestead Road, Women and Families shelters, and the Men's House on MLK. So think about this, 100 people, $40 a day. Now that's housing, That's 2 meals. That's also case management services, etc. 365 days a year, 24/7, 365. That's the work we do. So multiply that 365 times 100 people times $40 a day, and you're at 1.46 million. We're doing that work for less than that, a little bit less than that, and we're asking for a little less than half of that from the combination of all these municipalities. And I just want to thank you and ask you for the support, the greatest support that you can for all the nonprofits and this interlocal agreement that is so important to us. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Could you just
Numbers?
remind us how
Numbers?
much so it's 600,000?
650 is what we'd like from, this
Broken
is the
down,
county.
Carrboro would be what?
Well, it depends on how you want to break it down. I mean, you can do it based on the number of
Typically,
people that
it's
live.
14% that the town does when we go in collaboration with our other jurisdictions.
What was that percentage?
14%.
Well, expecting the county to do 75, something like that.
Well, I think it's like 45.
Well, I can already tell you that the county has committed $280,000 to the 650. Now, we spoke to Chapel Hill last week. Like to speak to Hillsborough too. The number is probably you can look at the demographics. You can base it on the number of people. You can base it on the number of people served, so forth. So I don't know how you would want to break it down, but it would be somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000, I think.
So
This can be debated.
yeah, just so you know, typically when we collaborate with our other jurisdictions, the county and Chapel Hill do about half each.
Yeah.
Equal percentages, and then Carrboro does 14%. And depending on whether Hillsborough is participating or not, then it would be less for all of us.
Right. Well, when you say collaboration, I hope you will do that. I hope you will talk to the county and Chapel Hill and Carrboro, because we serve all these communities. I think you know
And
that.
could you answer another question?
Yes.
I know there's some restrictions.
Sammy, I think we're going to be getting into all of these details on June 14th.
Oh, is this on the budget, the specific item?
Not tonight, but we want to understand the request. That's why we.
Yeah, I mean, typically,
discussion.
it's good to be able to marinate and understand these questions. That's what I'd like to ask a little more. I need to get clear. Sometimes we get this information the night of, and there's not enough time to really process and think about things. That's why I'd like just a little more, if it's okay.
Understood. We're running way behind on the agenda, so just keep that in
Very
mind,
quick
please.
question is,
Mhm.
for the shelter on MLK, is there a restriction that Chapel Hill placed on the shelter in terms of time when people need to be off the premises? Do you know that off the top of your head?
There's a neighborhood agreement that we have to abide by. I know that we take a maximum of 52 people. Plus, we have white flag nights where we take another 18 people, so up to 70 people there, up to 116 people total. But you asked about the restrictions on the neighborhood agreement. I'm not sure I can answer that exactly, but you wanted to know exactly what time
You don't have
we have
to. If maybe staff could forward that
Well, I do-
agreement to me.
Yeah,
The
we'll get
reason
you
I
that
ask
information.
is if we're going to go in collaboration with our neighboring jurisdictions, there's some things that, to make this successful for the community who we are serving, makes sense that we really address their needs over the immediate neighbors of the neighborhood. So if Carrboro is going to be putting money towards this effort, I would like us to fully assess kind of what those barriers are, and perhaps leverage our participation with Chapel Hill to make it easier for the people we serve. That's all. So maybe it's a question for our town staff to, in lead up to our next meeting, provide that information for us to.
Well, I will say, we've got people there. You're talking about restrictions. Overnight, it's 24/7. It literally is someone staffing that building at all times, every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Vicki Kim. Is Vicki here this evening? Okay. And is Jackie here? Or did I? Okay. Next is Don Williams. Glad you can be here.
My name is Dow Williamson. That's Chicken Scratch over there, and it's a little bit unusual name, so you're forgiven out of the
read it
gate.
without my reading glasses, and that's what happens when I do that.
That is quite
My
all right. So
apologies.
if anything that I say y'all don't like, Don said it, not Dow. Okay, so I don't know if I can speak as eloquently as Jennifer did, or as intelligently as Jay did, but I do have something prepared that I'll just run down for you guys real quick. Like Jay and Tom, who will follow me, I am an IFC volunteer and donor. I'm here to request consideration for an interlocal agreement between Carrboro, Chapel Hill, and Orange County to support IFC's emergency housing programs. I've read the letter that you guys have received from Executive Director Jackie Jinks and Board Chair Vicky Kim, which did a great job detailing our request. It included local government funding data for similar organizations in college towns like Gainesville and Ann Arbor, who received more than 50% of shelter funding and more than 25% of their total support from their local governments. In addition to shelter services, at the Community House and Home Start, IFC provides many other essential basic services in our community, including the community kitchen, the community market, and emergency financial assistance programs. Without additional funding from our local governments, IFC could be forced to make difficult choices about the vital services that we provide for our community. Residents at the shelters are provided with living accommodations and comprehensive services, including medical, dental, and mental health treatment, as well as counseling and educational opportunities to help their transition back into the community. Between the Community House and Home Start, there's a total capacity for 116 residents. But if IFC became unable to support the shelters, the full cost of the emergency housing services in this area and the required facilities would fall to the communities, the county, the towns, and the taxpayers. Our proposal is an agreement that will provide a little less than half of our shelter costs, up to 20, and it will make up 20% of our budget compared to 12.7 that we get from the local governments right now. So we're looking for that in total from Carrboro, Chapel Hill, and Orange County combined. To me, that seems like a reasonable and comparable price to pay for our community, which, while one of the most compassionate in the state, is one of the ones with the largest income disparity gaps in the state as well. So just can't say enough about the work that IFC does. I know you guys are somewhat familiar with it, and you've got some details in that letter, but would appreciate any consideration you can give to our request for that interlocal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'll be safe this time. And appreciate all the good work of IFC. Next up is Quentin. Good evening.
All right, members of the board, thank you so much. I think, first off, acknowledging that my voice doesn't feel like public consumption today. And I think I'm with a lot of folks whose hearts are heavy. There's a song in my head that is getting me through this moment and the tension of this moment, and it is Shalimar, For the Lover in You. So I hope that folks will take a moment to dance and hug and laugh and love with their loved ones this evening to some old school tunes. My name is Quentin, and my address is 501 Jones Ferry Road. And I think I'm here today to bring a story that humanizes what $650,000 can do for a person who is unhoused and unsheltered. Shout out to Jennifer, who told the story of how we took folks to the polls to vote in 2020. That day we took about 55 folks to vote. These are 55 folks who are unhoused, unsheltered, 55 folks who are experiencing mental health crisis, 55 folks who otherwise would not participate in the political process. Something that we did with Activate IFC helped to connect their lived experience of being unhoused and unsheltered with the power that they could have if they showed up to the polls and voted. On that day, I remember this gentleman who went to vote. We got him registered at a neighborhood in Chapel Hill. He showed up at the Rosemary building and walked with us to the polls. His name is my heart. I won't give his name just because. But fast forward 6 months, actually rewind 6 months prior to that day. And I remember this gentleman showing up at IFC, irate, hostile, violent. He was experiencing a mental health challenge. He was looking for his meds, and he could not find his meds because his meds were not mailed to him because he was unhoused. I think the lesson is that when you house folks, you create an ability for folks to be healthy, whole, and heal. You know, I experienced him that day, and 6 months later, I experienced him in a completely different way. He did not remember me from a can of paint. And so I think the lesson is, and the reflection that I ask for the lover in you, is to remember that there is a human element behind this $650,000 and the power of local government to be able to provide and meet the basic needs of its citizens so that a person can receive their meds in the mail at an address where they sleep at night so that they can be the beautiful and magical and deeply spiritual members of our community that we each are called to be. I think I will end with this. Council person Karen Stegman said that government is responsible for the decades of systematic racism and inequality that has plagued America for centuries. It is also the government's responsibility to make it right, to fix it. And I think by supporting IFC with this interlocal agreement, you will do a tremendous job in helping fix the problem. I serve on the Affordable Housing Advisory Commission, and I know that we are providing interlocal agreements to several organizations to the tune of $74,000 annually for one organization. And so I hope that this is a mechanism by which you consider providing housing for folks in our communities. This is what equity looks like, and I hope that you will make the decision to support IFC and to house folks in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Quentin. Appreciate all of the stories this evening and reminding us all that there's really important lives behind the dollar signs, and it's been very impactful. I just wanted to ask, I know we had not, Vicki and Jackie were not here last time I asked. Still the same way? I don't see them. Okay. We will, let me just make sure I didn't miss anybody. Anybody else here to make public comment? I'm sorry. Yeah, this is is it on the, this is on the budget then? Yes, yes. Come right on up. And if you don't mind sharing your name with us when you're at the podium, please. And a soft 3 minutes, please.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you moving the sort of speakers at the start of the meeting. I appreciate that very much.
Happy to.
My name is Tom Fenn. My address is 301 Faison Road. I'm here to support the IFC and the interlocal agreement as well. And I know you've heard a bunch of numbers, and there's 3 points that I'd like to make. I've coached youth sport in this community for the better part of 15 years. One of the things I've always tried to teach our kids is to get in front of your problems. This is what the IFC is trying to do with the interlocal agreement. We have a structural budget deficit that relies on reserves to be balanced. It is possible those reserves will run out in the near future. If that causes us to close a program, the public will inevitably ask, did anyone know this was going on? And the answer would be yes, the town councils did. I'd also like to point out that I'm addressing you as part of a public comment portion of this meeting. I know local politics involves people making appeals for their priorities, and it's an important part of the process. But at the risk of stating the obvious, People who need emergency housing can't be expected to prioritize attending a meeting like this. Yet you, the elected officials of Carrboro, are meant to represent not just people making comments, but everyone. Finally, I'm a certified financial planner. The main goal of my work is to help people with their financial concerns. I've come to believe that if you look at people's spending, it tells you a lot about what they think is important. And I fear if one were to look at the Carrboro proposed budget, they might conclude that we don't care that much about the homeless community. And I know that can't possibly be true. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom, for sharing those comments. Okay, did we misspend anybody here in terms of wanting to share public comments on items not on the agenda other than the budget? Mr. Manager, I think we're ready to move on.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Moving on to the consent agenda, the first item is the approval of minutes from the March 8th, 2022 meeting with changes by Mayor Pro Tem Romaine. The next item is a fire department monthly report. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the town council with a monthly overview of service calls. The next item is the stormwater utility monthly report. The purpose of this item is to provide the monthly update regarding stormwater utility projects and initiatives. The next item is the economic development monthly report. The purpose of this item is to provide a regular monthly activities and status report. The next item is the police department monthly report. The purpose of this item is to provide an overview of service calls for the month of April. And the next item is a request to adopt a resolution to award retired police K9 Turbo to handler PO3 Carissa Kimray. PO3 Kimray's K9 partner will retire after more than 8 years of service at the Carrboro Police Department and the town of Carrboro due to age and other health issues. And the final item is the affordable housing update. First, this item is for the town council to receive an update on the town's affordable housing activities.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Barbara.
So, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Romaine and Mr. Town Manager. I'd like to move the consent agenda if nobody else has anything that they want to discuss or an item they want to pull. I also had a couple of comments. I want to continue to appreciate Chief Smith. I learned so much. Is he still in here? Did he leave? There he is. I learned so much from your update. It's just like there's something new every time. Your personnel section, and then, particular interest to me is the health and safety, of the firefighters, and learning about the peer support networks, and then the challenges in the facilities. I mean, I just continue to appreciate the extensive nature of your update, and I appreciate it. And also appreciate the affordable housing update. There is a change to the format, which to me, it makes it just a little bit more user-friendly. So I just wanted to lift up both of those items. Did take note of that, so thank you. I don't know if somebody else wanted to.
Thank you for those comments.
Needed
Yes, Sammy.
I would like to hold off on the minutes till next week. I haven't had a chance to look at them. Please.
Be
Thanks.
moving 2 through 7, Mayor Pro Tem.
So we'll be, is there a motion Barbara has a motion to approve consent agenda items 2 through 7. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Coming back your way next time, Danny. Randy for now. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? The ayes have it. And we will consider the minutes from March 8th at our next meeting, I guess, is on June 7th.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
I'm going to thank the Officer Kimray. Turbo is a great officer, and I just wanted to acknowledge that sometimes we don't realize how much work the K9 officer has to put in to train and work with their canines, and Carrboro was awesome. So if you would convey that, thank you, Chief.
Okay, Mr. Manager, public hearing.
The next item is a public hearing. It's a special use permit A to utilize existing building for Art Center at 400 Roberson Street. The purpose of this item is for the town council to hold a public hearing on a special use permit A application for the Art Center to renovate the existing building at 400 Roberson Street.
Thank you. And so just wanted to mention a few things before we jump in here. For the record, we're now going to be entering into a public hearing on this Class A special use permit application from the Art Center to renovate the building at 400 Roberson Street. And this is just a quick reminder to council members. We're taking off our legislative hats again and putting on our judicial robes, as I believe Nick said at last time. We are once again, we can think of ourselves as sitting in a courtroom, and we're here to hear the evidence and then make some decisions based on the evidence that gets presented to us. For this public hearing, my understanding is we'll have a presentation from the applicant, and then I imagine there will be a presentation from staff as well, or maybe just the applicant. There will be an opportunity for community members to weigh in. Right now I have one speaker on my list, so we'll be coming your way. And then there will also be opportunity for council members to be asking questions. I do, as a reminder, everybody who speaks about the Art Center special use permit will be asked to take an oath, swearing to tell the truth during your testimony. And Wesley, thank you for administering that oath once again. And finally, I just wanted to mention that after we get through all of the comments and questions, then council, we can sort of come together and figure out what our next steps will be. I think Nick will have some comments at that time when we get to the end of this.
Right after you finish, I'll make a comment.
Right after we finish with all of the... Now, I'm all done now, so you take it away.
Yeah, and in that connect, remember that the evidence that you're hearing should be directed to fundamentally 4 standards that you have to apply here to pass a special use permit that deal with public health, safety, whether there's injury to the value of adjoining property is another standard. The third standard is whether the use would be in harmony with the area in which it's located. And the fourth being whether the use is in conformity with the land use plan. So those are the standards to which you're applying this evidence. The final thing that I'll mention to you, because this is relatively new for this council, is that it's not likely to happen today, but once you've heard all the evidence, what I'll be recommending is that the council adopt a motion one way or another that grants or denies the special use permit and directs that the staff prepare a written decision, which is required by statute, a written decision that has findings of fact and conclusion on the 4 standards, which then is brought forward to you at a subsequent meeting. You'll have it in advance, and then your ultimate vote will be to approve, if you will, with any modifications you make, that draft written decision, just so you know how this process will shape out over time. Okay?
Thank you, Nick.
Any questions for Nick?
So just to confirm, a resolution moving toward that decision is the desired outcome this evening. A resolution moving toward that decision is the desired outcome this evening.
But we don't know that, Danny. And
The potential outcome that we might reach this evening.
It's potential, but notice that one of your council members is not here.
It won't be today.
Okay, right on.
You with me on that?
Yes.
And he will be. Let me just say, for the record, for the public, Mayor Siles would be able to participate in this if he watches the tape, reviews all the evidence, and then y'all reconvene and when you discuss this. But obviously, if you made a motion tonight, one way or another, directing the staff, he's not a participant in that, and by definition, therefore, would be excluded. So I'm suggesting to you all to run the meeting the way you want to, but that you may end up deciding, well, let's wait, right, to another meeting before we make any kind of motion on directing the staff to do anything.
We may.
Okay.
Maybe for Damon.
Okay? Right.
Well, and we usually don't make,
I
we
was
don't
just being
move
being
something
snide.
on the same night as a public hearing.
Okay. Well, thank you for all that information, Nick. Thank you for your patience with us. And why don't we begin with that oath? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Barbara. Yes, take it away.
And so, Mr. Town Manager, is this going to come back by, what's the last Tuesday in June?
We have it on the agenda for June 7th.
Oh, it's on for
It's
June
scheduled
7th.
for June
Okay,
7th,
cool.
yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. This special use permit for art centers on the agenda for June 7th?
Yes, we left it there in case council need another night for deliberation.
Right. Thank you for that question.
All right. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good evening. I know it's been a long time since I've seen you. My name is James Thomas. I'm a planner with the town of Carrboro. I'm just going to do a short PowerPoint presentation tonight, kind of hit the highlights of the staff report that was included in your packet. Once again, we're here tonight for an SUP-A for the Art Center at 400 Roberson Street. This is the property in question, obviously highlighted in yellow. It fronts both Roberson Street and Sweet Bay Place. Kind of give you the highlights of some of the property in itself. The overall zoning is B1G, and it does have a downtown neighborhood protection overlay district. The lot is a little over 2 acres. And the intent of the application here this evening is to utilize the existing building on the property as it is today, which is a little larger than 17,000 square feet in size. The existing parking for the property as it stands today is approximately 86 spaces, and 4 of those are actually handicapped. Under the LUO for this particular type of use, it would require a minimum of 58. So as you can see, it's exceeding the required number of parking spaces. In essence, they're not expanding the parking they're basically utilizing the 3 existing parking lots as they stand today. For this particular use in the land use ordinance, there is no bike parking requirements, but the applicant has heard feedback from town staff, also some of the advisory boards, and they are, with this submittal, there will be 2 bike racks. One will be in the front portion, and the other will be in the southern end of the building, and these will actually be located under the canopy, so they will, in essence, be covered. There is this used to be a space that was occupied by UNC. There is a bike share facility on the end of the parking lot behind the building. This is a thing with UNC. There was a bike share thing, and I might defer to the applicant if that is going to be still a bike share facility or not. As for parking lot shading, they are meeting that requirement. Tree canopy, they're actually exceeding the tree canopy requirement for the B1G. It'll actually, the ordinance requires 15%. They're going to exceed it by 20. One of the things that they will be asking for a continuation of a nonconformity is the existing sidewalks along Sweet Bay and Roberson. These are at the present time 5-foot wide sidewalks, and under the master sidewalk plan, those are supposed to be upgraded to, in essence, a 10-foot wide sidewalk. But the applicant is asking for a continuation of that nonconformity, and attachment D in your packet was the reasoning behind that from the applicant. As for the parking lot shading, or parking lot lighting, the applicant is presently working with Duke Power to bring the lighting into compliance of the LUO. It's just a timing issue, and I have included in my report as I think it's staff recommendation number 2, basically a recommendation that prior to the construction plans being signed off by staff, that the lighting be resolved, per se. So that's something, but we met with the applicants last week, and they are working closely with Duke Power to bring these lights into compliance and provide a light pollution plan and whatnot. So that's something just to highlight. This is the site plan the site plan. Up here in does this thing have a pointer? No. Does it have a pointer? Oh, look at that. Yeah. There is this is the site plan. There's really, like I said, they're basically utilizing everything for the most part on the property. They're doing very little improvements. And this is the proposed front facade. They will be doing some updating of the facade of the building. And that was the other renditions are included in your packet. And these are basically the recommendations from the advisory boards that was included in your packet. And also this is the staff recommendations, which are 2 recommendations. The applicant is here this evening if you guys have any questions of him. His name is Jeremy Anderson. He's with Coulter Jewell Thames, and also the architect are here, I believe, also. But I will answer any questions that you have, if you have any of me.
Thank you, James. I know I'll have some questions. I imagine other council members will as well. I wonder if we should hear from the applicant first, and then we can pool all those questions at once, if that makes sense. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Is Jerry here?
Jeremy, there he is.
Jeremy, my apologies.
The screen for you.
We'll need each speaker to take the oath, please.
Right now.
Everybody, I can do everybody at one time that wishes to speak. If you'll just all raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give to the board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Let's find the cursor.
Use your arrows. Use the arrows there to advance the slides.
Oh, yeah, I was looking to see if I get a cursor going on the screen, but I don't see it. Okay, well, good evening, and thank you for having us tonight and hearing us. Some powerful speakers ahead of us, so I hope we can carry the gavel here. We're excited to come back before you with the Art Center. I think many of you may recall a couple of years ago, we brought the Art Center, the new proposed Art Center on Jones Ferry Road, on that site that was very challenged and difficult. Happy where that project ended up, but are happy here to be reusing and reusing an underutilized site here. So I'm excited about the site here on 400 Roberson. With me tonight is Tom Tolley. He is a certified appraiser. He will be speaking regarding the property values, the impact on property values, and David Grange, project architect. And so we'll tag team this, hit this quickly to keep this moving along, and then happy to field questions. Again, my name is Jeremy Anderson. I'm a land planner, landscape architect with CJT in Durham. We were responsible for pulling together the site plan, and not too many things to go through. As James said, we're happy to be reusing the site. There's a lot to be said for that, and James went through most of the elements. There's not a whole lot to touch on. There are 3 parking lots that consist of approximately 86 spaces. That is more than the UDO would say we needed, or the LUMO, but I'm sure we'll find a use for those as the program, as the Arts Center develops, and I'm sure there'll be some activities that could either be used on the parking if it's not all used, but the remainder of the site consists of adding a few sidewalks to increase pedestrian connectivity,
don't really have a pointer, so we are, is there any, no, that's, go back one here. Yeah. Maybe I can use this. Well, I'll just, so the entrance is off of Sweet Bay, which is in the center of the building here. We're making some minor improvements to that to increase the kind of the awareness and the pedestrian connection to the building. Some sidewalk connections on the side of the site that ties into Roberson, as well as the Lippincott and Belt bikeway, excuse me. We will be providing a connection to that bikeway near that bike share facility that James pointed out. We do plan on keeping that, as far as I know, and using it. So we think that's a great resource and a great connection for the project. Making some handicap parking space improvements to bring that up to code, and then providing a trash and refuse facility kind of up at the end of the first parking lot entrance, right above Sweet Bay. That's where our trash and recycling facility be. The parking lot to the south, but plan east, is lower. There is a retaining wall between these two lots, so that's why they're separated. There's not an opportunity to connect those, so there's two separate parking lots. Kind of see that as overflow parking with some pedestrian stair connections between them. We will be making landscape improvements throughout the site, adding trees, street trees to cover shade requirements, and just overall enhancements to the site. James mentioned the bike parking. I think there's 3 or 4 spaces in each of those bike racks. So we will relocate those under the canopy so they'll be covered, but it could be about 8 bike parking, I believe, that'll be covered in 2 locations.
Sorry, could you point out where you said the connecting sidewalk is it a new sidewalk you're constructing to the Lippincott?
Yeah, and this is, excuse me, the existing conditions plan. We don't have the proposed plan up in here.
Oh, okay.
I'll point with my finger. It is right here at the end of the parking lot.
Oh, it connects there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But with that, I think I'll pass it over to David to touch on the architecture, and then happy to field questions, site specific.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Gans. I'm serving as the architect for the Art Center, and we're excited about this project. The ability to breathe some life into this building. We've kind of considered it as hidden behind the hedges. It's kind of on this kind of back street, and the Art Center is going to make a fantastic tenant in this space. So again, the view from at the top is kind of at the corner of Roberson and Sweet Bay. So that's kind of the main view. That's what we'll see from Main Street as you kind of pass by on bike or walking by. So we wanted to grab the attention of the community, saying, hey, this is a place for arts. So that's the major interaction with the existing building. Some new signage, some new brightly colored soffit you see in the yellow, and then lightening and brightening the building. Currently, it's kind of shades of red brick and beige metal panel, and kind of a brownish awning. This kind of real deep brow that's on there. So we're going to lighten it up, give it some life, and almost imagining a kind of a monochromatic mural towards the back, and that's kind of facing the cemetery side. So this is it's almost like you're on the bottom image. You're standing on the Lippincott bikeway, the cemetery to the left, and then Roberson Street as you go down to the new Orange County Public Library facility on the right-hand side. We're adding some new fenestration into the existing facades. There's going to be, currently it's kind of a warren of offices. It was UNC's IT department, so it was just office. We're, doing some new studios, so ceramic studio, painting studio. So we'll be bringing some light with new glazing into that. And then this corner here is actually the youth center. So as we move on, again, this is a Sweet Bay elevation on the bottom, and then the new entrance, which is on the cemetery side of the property. There's a big awning there, and that becomes the entrance for the performance center that we're going to introduce. So there's a little new stand there where you can kind of mingle before and after the show. And then, let's see, here we go. And just real quick to run through the floor plan. So again, right now it's just a bunch of offices, and we are retaining, some of the spaces and utilizing those as admin spaces. To the right, we'll start there, and that last image that you saw with the covered kind of portico is on the plan north. We have a theater that could house, about 100, 110 persons in the audience, and then kind of a green room studio to the south. Again, the Sweet Bay entrance is to the plan south. You'll enter into a nice kind of open gallery space. We'll have an alchemy studio, which is kind of an AV IT studio for kids and adults. The youth center over to the left, painting studio, ceramic studio, and the Fab Lab, which is kind of a fabric and sewing and quilting studio. So again, utilizing, we're not raising the roof or changing, we're just doing kind of an interior reconfiguration of the space. New toilets supporting the performance space, and just doing a refresh. And also we have a couple of STEAM labs for the youth center, which will be fun. We'll have maker spaces and that kind of thing. So again, here's some imagery of the floor plan, just kind of lifted the roof off so you can see what's inside. And then we've created little vignettes of the different spaces. So ceramics, painting, the youth center, that entry gallery, the Fab Lab, and the theater gallery space. So it'll be a great community kind of gathering space, and a place where art will live and thrive. Okay.
I guess you want to make a couple of comments. I'm a certified general appraiser in the state of North Carolina. Took a look at the Art Center. I actually appraised this building about 19 years ago for the town of Carrboro, and the enhancements will very unlikely to negatively impact any of the property values of the surrounding properties. In fact, it's liable to enhance them based on the better lighting and the programs that will be brought there for folks that would want to live near an arts facility like that. So I would say, if anything, it's probably going to enhance any residential and commercial properties that are around the site right now, based on the state it's in now.
And just a last kind of closing comments. We're excited for the project, and the Art Center is as well. And we would appreciate if just given the time, if there could be a vote this evening to move it to staff for that next phase of this project. We would appreciate that to keep the project moving and on track. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you all want to stay put. This may be a good time while we have all three of you there to go ahead and ask a few questions, and then we'll get to the comments from a community member that was going to share a few comments. Council members, any questions for the applicants? Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you for your presentation. My questions are easy. Smile, Jeremy.
Good.
I was going to ask about the neighborhood meeting. I imagine it probably was pretty low key. I see where you had one, and so was just wondering, what community members, those that attended, maybe if there were any concerns or what thoughts.
Yeah, I think low key would be a good word to describe it. I think, if I recall, it might be 5 or 6 neighbors attended. I think we had supportive neighbors, excited to see the building being renovated. I think, if anything, a little concerned just about Sweet Bay and the traffic on the street. And we have, obviously, we're not doing anything to improve the street, to change it, but we are aware we're bringing some traffic to the area. I believe we're going to have a resident ask about bus traffic, and I should maybe have covered that. There is after-school programs with buses. They will approach the site. We expect them to do a turn within the parking lot, come back out onto Sweet Bay, and unload on the sidewalk right there in the front of the door. I think there's about 10 buses. They serve, I think, 10 of the 11 schools in the area. So there will be, and they come at various intervals over, a half an hour to 45 minutes or something like that. So, we will turn around on Sweet Bay, or on the parking lot, not anticipating going down Sweet Bay, but that's how the buses will kind of approach a site, drop the children off, and then leave. I think that was really the only concern we really heard, but we had 3 or 4 neighbors that were very supportive and excited to see this move forward.
It seems like the uptick in traffic a little bit higher in the evening, or would it start in the afternoon with the after school?
With the bus traffic or just in general?
Well, bus traffic, evening,
Bus
night
traffic is after
programs.
school. I think the programs are probably, after hours would be where you get some of those programs. So that might be where more of your traffic is.
And the time frame, what's your name?
David.
Hey, David. So you said you would prefer a decision tonight. What would 2 weeks, would 2 weeks make a difference if it's not tonight? I know you're ready to just kind of move ahead, with the process, but.
Certainly, and I guess what we're asking is that the next stage to the staff, and then it comes back, for the whole council vote, that if possible.
By June 7th.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to understand what you meant. Thank you. I told you it was easy. Jeremy and David. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Barbara. Other questions? Randy?
Yeah.
And Sammy?
Thank you. Thank you. I have watched the Art Center morph for 40 some odd years, and this is the most inspired fit I've seen. So my question, I have a couple of odd questions. They're all extraneous, they're all unrelated. But number one, does the Art Center still own the property on Jones Ferry Road?
I'm seeing yes, they do.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is as this moves forward, is that being sold or? Oh, okay, all right.
Move on.
My next question is, Mr. Manager, what is the status of our parking agreement? Because we have an immediate interest in parking.
Yes, we are currently working on that. It's not concluded yet, but we are talking with the Art Center about parking at the building.
Okay. Because the lots are very useful while we're in the process of building. With the performance space, if the performance space is something like 110, it would seem to me that having parking that accommodates at least 86 makes sense. I don't know how much parking it takes for the Art Center now when there's concerts, but I would imagine you're going to fill those 86 when you have the concert. I mean, I've been in the Art Center many times. It's been packed, which, and I also wouldn't expect that that's the only parking that you would need is just for patrons. So I'm kind of not sorry in a way that there's potential overflow parking, because I don't know that we know yet how much you're going to need. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's always been, the Art Center has been in so many different places that it's always been fortunate to be adjacent to parking that they may not have had. So I'm pointing that out. I think the discussion that the Economic Sustainability Commission had regarding the sidewalk was kind of interesting, because they really came down in favor of protecting the magnolias and keeping the canopy, and because the I guess the width of Sweet Bay being what it is, there really was no other place to move sidewalk. So I think that it's interesting, but I think that it's, it's workable, especially because you are having that entrance for the performance space at the back. So I think that works really well. I'm really glad that you're talking about doing this sidewalk to Libby-Cotton. I want to ask regarding the bike racks and the canopy. That canopy is, so you're just moving racks, you're not going to add on to that? Or could you just talk a little bit more about that?
That's correct right now. The canopy is 4 or 5 feet overhang?
The overhang around the whole perimeter of the building is,
Yeah.
is about 5.5 feet.
So-
And then the back terrace area, the porte cochere or wherever
Yeah,
is
I would just
substantial.
ask that you keep in mind that you may have 2 racks now, but it may need to expand also.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And as David said, that canopy goes around the entire building, which is a nice benefit. So we just moved them to at least, if you're going to provide the bike racks, make them covered. It's an easy choice without having to build a cover structure or put it inside the building, so.
And last, but not least, looking to the future, 2 things. One is the potential to have EV power, not only for maybe employees, but for for folks who are using the art center. What is there any discussion about that?
Yes, and the art center has already procured monies from Orange County. There'll be, we haven't picked out the system yet, but we're thinking that there'll be 2 spaces. There's basically a transformer, you can see right there.
Yeah.
So adjacent to that transformer, we'll have a unit there which will serve 2 parking spaces for EV.
Cool.
And UNC had actually added some plugs just where those ADA spaces are on the wall there.
Yep.
So in case there's a charge for bikes in that area, you could plug it into the wall there.
And this was mentioned before, and I didn't realize that this was the site, but in terms of the UNC bike share, have you had any discussion with UNC regarding this being a potential site? Because there was conversation about, I want to say either over at the Hampton or maybe there was one other spot that they were talking about having, the bike share hub. Is there any plan to discuss that?
I don't think the discussion's happened yet, but I don't think we want to remove the facility. I mean, it's there, so I think it's the fact that there's no bike required for this use is an odd one. I think everyone can agree there. So there's an absolute need for it, and I think it's a great location. So, I mean, if that agreement is worked out, I think it's something the Arts Center would benefit from. So.
All right, and my last question, thank you for being so patient with me. What is the potential, I don't know whether you're planning for, because all of the discussion we had regarding Jones Ferry and Barn Street, is there any discussion for this building with a solar roof?
We've talked to NC Solar now. We've got an analysis for the whole roof. With Duke's maximum rebate, you could pretty much power the whole building. I mean, it's about $100,000 cost to the Art Center, so it's probably a delayed project. And then we've done a structural analysis on the building, and the existing structure can handle a solar array. We probably won't need that full array that to maximize Duke's rebate, but there is potential there.
So will it be set to have it? Will we preset to add solar later, or what? Or will it initially have it?
The potential will be there, so it'll be solar ready. We're not creating the infrastructure nor purchasing the solar panels, but we'll have room within, there's a little mechanical space that's in the building where the transformer is, so we'll have a panel, and it's, ready to go.
All right.
We're also introducing some small solar tubes or kind of skylights to bring some daylight into the spaces.
Yeah, when you talked about the fenestration. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that, and good luck.
Thank you, Randy. Sammy?
So I'm very glad y'all found a space. This is super exciting, a great place in downtown. like the plans. Thanks for the solar question. Great roof for that. Unfortunately, kind of expensive for a nonprofit, but and sad that Duke doesn't allow for maximizing the roof space. Their incentive isn't such. My question is, I read the justification for not having the sidewalk. I understand it'd be great to keep the trees, but there is that corner there that doesn't have any trees. And given the library coming in and who knows what will be in this future parking lot, I think it's very important for us to maximize opportunities like this to create the sidewalk network. So while it may not connect to a 10-foot sidewalk anywhere else, except for actually the bikeway, I think it makes a lot of sense for that corner to at least be 10 feet. From the corner over to the rest of the street, there's a neighborhood at the bottom, and really it would only be serving the art center. So if the art center is fine with a 5-foot sidewalk, so be it. But I would want the corner to be 10 feet as an opportunity to connect with the rest of the downtown as future developments happen. And likewise, as you are considering that connection sidewalk to the bikeway at the top there, to make that also a 10-foot, because it would be continuous with the bikeway also, which is 10 feet currently. So it's not too big of a change. It's just adding 5 feet and then another 10 on that upper section. In terms of the parking, Mr. Manager, my understanding is to replace the 203 project parking, we're at plus 51 once we get the dispute settlement center and community works. And so I guess my question is, what is the justification for seeking further parking?
Let me call on John Hartman Brown, our Economic Development Director. I think we're looking at about 32 additional spaces that we could gain from the Art Center, but it would just be an additional supply of parking in our downtown.
Right, but that parking already exists here. I mean, my question is, we have a parking plan. We're going to come up with some kind of strategy. I think it's a little premature to enter into a lease agreement beyond our intention to replace the 203 at this moment. So I would very much encourage not doing that until we get clarity on what our strategy and vision is for downtown parking. Because the last thing we want to do is, go down a path that we may not need, So that's my comment in regard to that. Other than that, the sidewalk question on the parking, I also encourage you all there are businesses downtown who are constantly needing to lease parking. That would be an alternative way to generate revenue. The town itself is looking at potentially having a pay for parking service that we may be able to provide to the art center so that a portion, if not all your parking, depending on how we make that program, could be pay for parking, at your discretion. So just so you consider your options in terms of how to make use of that empty, asset that you can make leverage and generate some funds from. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. I have a lot of my questions have already been answered, so I'll be pretty brief. I do appreciate Sammy's comments about trying to be as creative as we can with some of this car parking, because I walked the site yesterday and I was struck by just how much car parking there is there. So we're looking forward to ways to creatively use some of that. The other kind of parking is going back to the bike parking. I wasn't clear when you mentioned the 8 parking spaces. Will these be new bike racks because they were quite old?
I think right now we were proposing to relocate them, but if they're old and kind of not standard, we would look to upgrade them. But it was relocating the 2 racks that are there today is what the plan was.
Understood. Let me mention a couple things about that. So we just looked, I'm trying to think when we looked at the special use permit for that 201 North Greensboro, it's, a few weeks ago. It's about the same size space inside. I think there will be more traffic at 201 than at the Art Center, but their proposal has 15 bike parking spaces. I think 6 were covered. So given that this is about the same size building, and especially the proximity to Libby-Cotton Bikeway, I was going to see if we could up that number for the bike parking spaces to closer to 15. Would love to see new bike racks. I had an estimate that I think each bike parking space would be about $150. So it wouldn't be a budget buster. And Carrboro is more than happy to make recommendations on what kinds of racks to get and where to place the racks. They could help in any way possible, but I would like to see more bike parking and certainly new bike parking if possible.
Okay.
The magnolias, which I loved seeing the magnolias there, and it's a lot of canopy, and they also provide a lot of symmetry to the magnolias on the opposite side of the street as well. It mentions in the staff report that there would be the planting of some other magnolias on Roberson. Do I have that correct? And I was just curious how many more trees you were thinking about planting there.
I honestly don't recall since we have such a, kind of a good landscape palette to start with, we were including additional trees in some of the landscape aisle and some of the bare areas to increase the shading. I don't recall adding additional magnolias necessarily. We were talking about limbing these ones up, kind of caring for them, getting a little more, canopy underneath them, but I'm not aware. I don't recall, and I don't know if I can pull the landscape plan up here or not. But.
Okay. I was happy to hear that maybe we go with the 5-foot sidewalks, and that way don't have to remove the magnolia trees on Sweet Bay Place.
Yeah, we did look at that and measured it, and it would be into the roots, and they would certainly cause them to be removed or die if necessary. So we think the 5-foot is a good compromise.
Okay. I think I had just one more question. Bear with me here. Randy asked about the charging stations. Bike share. I think that's it.
And I will say just one thing about the parking is that when you do look at the surface lot, you just see parking spaces, but we also see it as program space where it's, arts festivals and, things going on during, so, that was the thing that really, the Art Center's excited. There's front yards where you can do, plein on air painting and, the kids can go outside and, and see some grass and, the trees and likewise with the lots. There's lots of potential beyond just parking cars there.
And another spot for the music festival.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you considered tearing it up so it's a nice green space maybe for events and things?
I think we like the fact that it could be dual use, right?
It's versatile.
So, yeah.
Got it.
I think to Randy's point about the concert space there, that it's nice to have it on site, but if we find out over years that, I'm sure there's an opportunity down the road, but watching the dollars pretty closely at the start here.
There's a what you referred to as the refuse center in the back corner and I saw that, and it sounds like there will be some kind of fencing put around that, or?
Correct. There will be, I remember the details again, a wood fence at the very least to screen the trash and recycling facility, but it will be up at the end of this parking entry, so right up there at the end. Absolutely.
Okay. There was a recommendation, I think, from the Stormwater Advisory Commission about trying to use native plants if at all possible, and is that what you're thinking as well?
I think we did. I think they applauded the use of them, and then if we were going to add some more to continue to use that palette. So, yeah, absolutely.
Right. Anything else?
I was just going to ask for clarification that this is supposed to be, could be a two-step process. Do we want to just clarify?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should wait, hold that thought, Randy. I know we had one speaker, community member to speak, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the process. So I think you all are done. I can't thank you enough for your, all the information that you shared with us this evening.
Yeah, thank you for the questions.
Mm-hmm. Special use permit, I have Tom Tolley. Is Tom still waiting patiently? Oh, there we go, Tom. Okay, I didn't know your last name. Well, good, we're all set then. So at this point, if there's no more questions from you all, we could talk a little bit about process.
Do you have, so nobody else, is there anyone else to speak?
Anybody else? Oh, would you like to speak on, oh, come right on up, please. Thank you, Nick. If you could share with us your name, please, and also just a reminder that a soft 3 minutes of comments.
Understood, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Joyner, I represent the Roberson Place Homeowners Association. I live in Roberson Place. So a couple of questions I had was, when the buses are parked on Sweet Bay, you know, they mentioned utilizing the turnaround of the parking lot. Fine, makes perfect sense. But because of the nature of what they're doing with the buses and the fact that we're loading and unloading children, we wanted to ask if there would be the ability to sort of have them have folks to deal with any traffic that comes in through from the neighborhood out Sweet Bay onto Roberson Place, so that there's no conflict between the buses and the kids. Basically, crossing guard type operation.
Mm-hmm. That was my question. So some type of crossing guard, but traffic control there.
Right. Because, and one of the reasons that we've asked, there's a white picket fence that runs the whole length of that parking lot there. And so it prohibits any type of visual traffic from here. There's also a steep slope as you're coming up Sweet Bay, and the buses will block any visual traffic. So you just won't be able to see the cars coming. And so once you've got a line of buses, you know, even 2 or 3 at one time, you've got a potential conflict there. And then the second question we had, and I apologize, I had given them some forewarning of the questions I was going to ask, because I was unable to attend the homeowners meeting, the local meeting. We have one late question, which, excuse me, is there going to be any soundproofing for evening events and stuff like that for the building? That was a question they wanted to ask the architect from the Homeowners Association.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, could you come up to the podium? Then those folks who are going to be watching the video will be able to hear you. We don't want to miss you. Thank you for those questions.
Should I take the first question first, or?
Sure.
First question, so the busing is, it's a one-way street, it's a drop-off. So it's not so after school, it's, you know, the buses are dropping the kids off, but they're not picking kids up. So again, the queuing is minimal in the fact that they're just getting off the bus and going into the building.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, soundproofing. So there is, you know, within the building, there's a separation between the performance space and the adjacent spaces. The existing structure, so it's a metal panel wall assembly with insulation in the center, and then gypsum on the inside. So it's probably, I would have, what SCC? Probably, you know, mid-20s, I would guess, just inherent in that. And then the distance between the performance space and the adjacent neighbor is pretty substantial. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it's, you know, the performance space will be contained within the building.
I think the answer to the question was no, you're not doing any soundproofing, is that correct?
Not to the existing exterior walls, correct. Yeah.
And so
Since you're standing there, so in looking at it, so we're on this end of the building with the.
Performance space?
Yeah, right, okay, yes.
So, yep, cemetery to the north, and then it's a good, I mean, this is 60 feet, that's 120. You know, that's probably 200 feet from our, from our plot, and then another 30 or however many feet to the nearest residence.
I have one more question from Randy, one more question for Sammy, and let's keep an eye on the clock because we're running a little behind schedule.
I actually, Rob, I wanted to ask if you, does the sound carry from the Cat's Cradle right now?
A little bit. They've put in a tremendous number of noise dampening. And in this particular space, some of the residents, particularly right along the edge of that first bank of townhomes, currently the building's unoccupied, but it's always been an office space use. So there hasn't been a noise issue at this point. And honestly, I've attended a lot of art center on my own, and you know, I haven't really seen a tremendous number of concerts there per se. But we all know that the spaces change and morph over time. So
Yeah, and so I actually was just going to ask Marty regarding the sound ordinance, since this is going to have a different use than it had, if you could just kind of enlighten us as to.
Sure. And I see Chief ATAC is with us as well, so I may lean on him a little bit if he wants to edit what I say or add to it. This would be a situation similar to Cat's Cradle where the customary expected use of the property does involve music and concerts, not necessarily every night, but it's a, we know that's going to happen. With respect to our noise ordinance, that essentially means that they are allowed to produce noise of a customary nature customary and associated with their use. And that is to say that, if there is a complaint, it would go to the police department, and the police department would react accordingly. So, Chief, I don't know if you want to add to that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you, I'm sure you've dealt with this on occasion with Cat's Cradle and have to use some judgment.
Hey, good evening. I can tell you that sometimes, like with Cat's Cradle, we will get, like, we'll have the back doors open and we will get complaints, and usually what the officer will do is stop by and say, hey, can you close the back door? They'll be like, yep, no problem. And it's usually resolved through that issue. And I don't want to compare the bands that would play at Cat's Cradle that may play at this art center, but I think the outside, usually the sound escapes from other businesses through open doors. So I don't know what the plan is for the art center for the concert, but if the doors are shut, I think that's going to, for the most part, handle most of the concerns. And if there are concerns from the amount of noise, then we would come out and evaluate it and try to figure out if it did actually violate it or not. So that would be kind of, there's no decimal level. We don't have an ordinance that says, yep, 55 is bad, 54 is okay. And that's something we've looked at in the past. But again, this is more of a proximity issue. So you'll have it right next to residential. There's a little more space between some other businesses. So,
And that's really what I was getting at, is 200 feet or so. Is that within that? I mean, is that an appropriate distance, or do we need to be looking at what happens as things unfold?
but my thought, just my personal experience with Cat's Cradle and then with the Art Center in its current iteration, is that the type of events that I have seen at the Art Center would not generate the type of noise that the events at the Cat's Cradle would create.
Oh, I could disagree with that.
Okay.
No, I mean, I've been there for some of the big.
But I think too, with having exterior doors closed, is going to be the big difference.
It's the doors.
And that, I think, again, we just have to see what the concerns were and see if there's mitigative opportunities for that.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Marty.
Chief.
Well, I hope I'm not opening a can of worms, but I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't at least ask them to respond to this. It occurs to me as we were talking through this that they could potentially flip the location of the performance space to where it's closer to the commercial district. But that may be a can of worms in terms of the architectural features of the building and that kind of thing, but maybe they could respond to that.
Yeah, thank you for that, because that's kind of what I was wondering.
Can I ask a related sound question since he's up here already?
Yes.
You'd mentioned there potentially could be events outside, so we're not just talking about interior sound generation, but potentially outside too. And so I guess a related question to Marty is the Type E screening, and also it looks like the hill drops down, so the sound itself may not project to the neighborhood. But maybe even the screening could damper some of that too. So just put that out there.
So I guess early on, we did look at a couple of different iterations of the performance space. Currently, and again, just with the resources and the existing layout, basically what you're seeing is that we've taken out office walls. Sorry. We've tried to utilize as much of the interior partitions as possible. So basically, when you're seeing the youth center, that used to be a series of offices that we just opened up. But the general circulation path of the layout is what's existing. So in essence, like this was a six-pack of offices here that we then opened up in the stage. Again, we wanted to utilize that back covered area as a pre-function space for the gallery, and being that it has two entrances, we felt that we could utilize that. Again, some internal pre-function space. So again, we have looked at that. I guess the other thing, we wanted the youth center kind of front and center, and adjacent to the green spaces that are directly outside. There is no current. There's no exterior doors for the performance space at all. The egress doors go out into the space through a vestibule and then outside. There is a door out here, but that's really a green room and rehearsal space, which is, again, kind of separated from the main performance space. I guess the other thing in comparison to the Cat's Cradle is we're not raising the roof here. So we basically only have, when you're standing on stage, we're creating a little 18-inch stage, and then there's basically 9 feet to structure. So there's not going to be the opportunity for huge stacks of speakers and, kind of monumental,
Right.
Concerts that
A
are.
wall of sound.
That's right. It's more like a black box theater. I mean, there is going to be musical performances, stage plays, that kind of thing. But that kind of, huge booming rock concert or whatever. I'm not going to say what they're going to program, but so again, we don't have any wall, and I guess one thing, we are creating an acoustic separation, between the other spaces. I mean, there could be an opportunity to, add another layer of gyp onto that wall, which will give you, again, a little bit more mass, which will help with that sound transmission through the structure.
So is that something that's going to be assessed over time, or?
Yeah, I guess if it was a concern, and it was an ongoing concern that the neighbors had or that council had, that might be a mitigating factor rather than, as opposed to flipping the entire program space, as an opportunity to address that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all so much. That was really helpful. Thank you, Marty. Thank you, Chief. So at this point, Sammy, you're all set in terms of your last question, and I think we can talk a little bit about where the process for moving forward. It sounds like we could have this on the agenda for June 7th with Mayor Siles out this evening. My recommendation is that we postpone things until June 7th and resume again, and I'm anxious to hear from others. So let me start with Danny and then Sammy.
If we need to vote on June 7th, do we need to direct the staff to have prepared a report to consider at that meeting in order to vote then?
That would be useful if you want to make a final decision June 7th.
Okay.
We would have something prepared.
Great. So I guess I would move, check me here, to ask staff to resolve to ask staff to prepare a decision as if we were to grant this SUPA so that Mayor Siles can consider that. I would be just frankly very surprised if he were not able to catch up on this issue in order to view that report in time to vote on June 7th.
I'll second that with a friendly amendment to include a 10-foot sidewalk on the corner there and also the new sidewalk that they're using to connect to the building.
I am inclined not to accept that amendment just because I think that the exception here for canopy is reasonable. I would grant.
It's for the section that doesn't have the trees. Can we see the plan, please? The justification they gave was that it would interfere with the magnolia. So what I was pointing out was that there's a corner where there are no magnolias, and it connects with the rest of the downtown. And so it makes sense to create that connectivity.
Okay, right on.
So I will say one thing, and just to caveat that, so we're talking about this area
Yes.
here. Roberson Place also has an easement here, and there's signage so there's basically a white picket fence that goes along here. There's also a picket fence that goes along here. And I guess I would just ask staff to kind of review the impact of a wider sidewalk to that easement, and then whether that then pushes the signage back further into the art center.
Okay, I'm sure they'll review that as part of the process. But related to that is, Mr. Manager, I think that we have a rule in town where you can't have barriers on corners that could obstruct the view for the visibility. So maybe staff could look into that issue too, because this actually could fix that problem in that it would be pushing the fence over. So does that make sense, Danny?
Yeah, I guess.
And then they also mentioned another sidewalk there connecting from the bikeway to the building.
Which that makes good sense to be 10 to me. That's perfectly. So I guess what I would be asking is that we resolve that they prepare a report as if we would approve this with consideration of the 10-foot sidewalk and whether it would impact town signage.
Sure.
Okay.
For both those spots.
Yeah, the bikeway, I find.
Yeah, I need I need clarity on this. Where is James here?
Yes.
Okay. So we better make sure we understand this. We're preparing this draft. The motion, I take it, is to essentially approve the permit, find that all the conditions have been met, right?
Yes,
Standards, that the standards have been met. But then you're adding, and then in addition, we're adding at least a condition that you've all articulated, and I hope James understands, that deals with the sidewalks. Is that right?
Yes, we would like to see a 10-foot sidewalk from the bikeway to the rear connection of the building as it's articulated here, and an exploration of whether that is feasible along the corner of Roberson into the bikeway here, where there
we
are not
can
trees.
report on that, Danny. An exploration as opposed to. I mean, you know that you are permitted to require that if it's a condition that is reasonably tied to one of the standards.
May I offer a suggestion? One of the recommendations staff is actually proposing is number 1, which speaks to the 5-foot sidewalk.
Right.
So, and within that condition, we would make an exception to this non-conforming situation where the magnolias exist, but not at the corner or where they're adding a new sidewalk. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to understand what you want to do.
Right.
I think that's probably the most succinct way it's been said.
But you're reporting on it.
No, they're going to give us a draft for us to consider as part of. I mean, we could add it that night. I'm just thinking it would be convenient to have it included.
Yeah, we want to do what you want to do because you're the decision maker here. Right. I just don't want to draft this, twice, right? I want to get it close for you all to make a final decision.
Does it make sense to use this existing language staff has provided and modifying that? So
yes, I mean, that was my other question because, the staff had provided 2 conditions that are on page 5, of your staff report. And so all I'm asking for is clarification on whether you wanted to include those conditions or to what extent you wanted to have them changed.
Yeah, and I guess my question is, if it's prepared with the 10-foot on the corner and we find out that there's some issue with the right-of-way with the sign, then we have to change that.
We just go with what they've proposed tonight.
What
There's two options.
I know, what I'm saying is that what should come before us should be I guess it's attachment G with the staff recommendations and a second option to include language for the corner.
Yeah, Randy, the bottom line is, even though we get you a draft, once you finally vote on it, you may make changes to it. We can make notes on it, and we don't have to bring it forward to you again.
Right,
It's just a matter of
that's
some
right.
edits.
Right.
So we can handle that administratively.
I just wanted clarity on that. Thanks.
All right, so, and I just want to be clear, and James, you and I got to be on the same page here, huh? Is that we are including, Sammy, I think there's somewhat of an edit to it, but number 1 on the conditions.
Yeah.
And then with respect to number 2, this is the second condition that your staff had I'm just asking whether it is your intent that this draft incorporate that. That's my question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes?
Yes.
Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, basic intent is I'd like to be able to move on this on the 7th. I trust Mayor Siles to be able to catch up to the discussion we've had here tonight. And so if we are cool with where we're headed with the sidewalk thing, moved with the friendly amendment.
Is there a second? Second from Sammy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
all those opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay. So we are running a little bit behind on our agenda this evening. Thank you all very much from the Arts Center. Next on the agenda, does anybody need to take a break or do we plow on?
What, James? James.
Probably 5 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a 5.
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, Mr. Manager, and then we'll be fresh as soon as we come back.
Yes, before we do break, I do want to acknowledge James Thomas. Tonight is actually his last meeting. He's retiring from the town. I just want a moment to say thank you to him for his service and
thank you, James.
well. All right.
Holy moly.
Congratulations and thank you for
Yeah,
all you've done for us.
congratulations.
Enjoy sleeping in the morning.
22 years.
It could be, we could have been 30.
Thank you.
Smiling too.
Yeah, thank you, James. We so appreciate it. Budget.
Okay, Mr. Manager, we're all back in the saddle.
Okay. The next item is the capital improvement plan FY '23 through FY '27. The purpose of this agenda item is to present a report to the town council on the proposed capital improvement plan, CIP, for FY '23 through FY '27. And our Assistant Finance Director, Carrie McNallen, will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So tonight I have a presentation on the CIP document, capital improvements plan, and it's a 5-year plan. And there's the document, the actual official document is 76 pages, and that'll be out on the website tomorrow morning. So I'm going to try to highlight some of the key points of that. So the CIP process is an annual process. We start in the fall typically, and we wrap it up after the departments send in their requests for projects. And we try to wrap it up in February. And this year that did occur. We've finalized the document in February. For a variety of reasons, we decided to wait on the presentation to bring it forward with the recommended budget at the same time. So the document was in February. The 203 project had a budget amendment, project amendment in April. And so my slide presentation was updated to include that project amendment, but the actual document is still back in February numbers. And part of the agenda item is to accept this report and accept the document. I just want to make sure, or make it clear that your acceptance of this report does not start all these projects. It doesn't provide any funding for these projects. So it's just a plan document, and it's more or less for informational, for planning purposes. So when we're preparing the CIP, we look at a number of factors, including we try to maintain our existing infrastructure. We look at state and federal mandates, so if there's a project that needs to be created based on those mandates. We also incorporate energy and climate protection strategies, and then looked at safety measures for the existing buildings. And then, of course, we try to improve the town infrastructure that might attract new residential and commercial expansion. And this slide here shows the current projects that have been approved by council. And so these projects are funded, and they are active projects. They're in various stages of completion, and they total $47.8 million. There's 14 different projects. The bulk of that is the 203 building at $41 million. Oops, I'm sorry. There we go. So on this slide, we have it broken down into various categories. The first column of numbers is the $47.8 million that you saw on the previous slide. That's your current projects. And then the 5-year requested projects, we have $1.5 million of additional funding requests for current projects, and then another $30 million for new projects in the next 5 years, for a total of $79.3 million. And here we have a listing of all the new project requests. It's broken down by fiscal year, and that total is about the $30 million. And then for each of these projects, plus the current projects that we have, in the CIP document that will be on the website, there's a detailed project sheet for each project. And that detailed sheet shows the breakdown on expenditures for that project, the sources of funding. It also provides a map of the location of the project, and then also detailed narrative explaining what the project is. And here I have another chart that breaks down the projects by total. So you see the $79 million CIP total, and lion's share of this is the general government category, which is more or less the 203 building. And then the second largest share is the public works, and that includes a variety of projects, which also includes the building renovations for our different facilities around town. And here we have the transportation projects. This is a mixture of current and future projects. And for the most part, on average, we get about 80% state and federal funding for these projects. And then the other 20% is funded with the town funds. Now, it's important to note here that not all of these projects have signed funding agreements. Some of these are out into the future, so the estimates are what we anticipate funding might be available at that time when the project gets started. And this chart shows the entire CIP, and it's broken out by fiscal year. And in the first column is your previous appropriations or your current projects. So these are the projects that have funding in place and are active. And then the next 5 years is spread out across the columns. And then in the top section, we have the expenses, the different types of expenses for those projects. And then the middle section shows the funding sources. And then at the bottom, we have the operating budget impacts of these projects. And just to point out some of the funding sources, one of the bigger categories is the intergovernmental funding. And this includes the county share of the 203 building. It includes the DOT funding for transportation projects, and then Powell bill money for street resurfacing projects. And then the other big funding category is installment financing. And in the previous appropriation column, you'll see the $12.5 million. That's the financing for the 203 building that was approved earlier this month. And then the next 5 years shows installment financing. Now, I want to pause here just a minute. So the CIP plan, it's just important to know here, it is just a plan. It's a snapshot in time. It's our the best scenario that we have with the information that we have. So to say that we're going to borrow $19 million in the next 5 years may not happen. There's a lot of different things that could happen over the 5-year period between economic factors, interest rates, our cash on hand. So I just wanted you to know that. So, and then as we're speaking about debt, the next few slides will go into some of our debt payments and debt ratios. So this slide you're looking at here, the blue line represents our current debt. So if we were to not issue any more debt for the next 5 years, this would be our debt, our principal and interest payments over the 5-year term. And you can see it goes up slightly and then starts to tail off.
Does this include the library? The offices above the library?
This includes the 203 project, yes. Yep. The red line represents all the future debt. So if we did the debt that is in the CIP plan for the next 5 years, that represents the principal and interest payments for just that future debt. So then the green line is the combination of the two. And so if the CIP plan was implemented as presented, everything in the next 5 years happened as we have in that document, you would have $3.3 million in principal and interest payments in 2027. Every year, the Local Government Commission provides a report that breaks down the debt ratios for all the towns and counties throughout North Carolina. The latest report they have is as of June 30th, 2021, and then they also break it down into population groups. So obviously Carrboro falls in the 10,000 to 25,000 range. So the first line is the outstanding principal as a percent of assessed value. And so of the towns, there's 33 towns in this group that have debt. And so of those 33 towns, the average ratio is 0.271. Now, the town that has the highest ratio is 1.174. And Carrboro, as of the end of last year, 2021, had a ratio of 0.134, which is below the average. If the CIP was implemented hypothetically in full as it's presented, our ratio would increase to 1.037 or 35 by 2027.
Sorry, in the previous slide, it said 3 million. Was that 2027 or 2027? Yeah.
3.3 million.
3.3 million. Why is the next slide show 1.5 or 1.2 instead of 3?
Where you,
FY 2027 Carrboro.
That's just a ratio. That's not.
No, for the second row, debt service per capita.
Oh, the 1,276?
Yeah, okay, that's per capita.
Per capita, yes. Yeah. And so the debt service per capita has the same basic information. And then we have the debt service as a percent of operating budget. And the town's goal is to try to keep that at 12% or less. And as of the FY21 budget, that percent was 4.4%. If the CIP was implemented in full, it would be, and based on projected operating budgets, it would be about 11%. So still under our 12%. And then the next three slides are basically that same information just spread out on the 5-year graph. And so on the current debt, if we didn't issue any more debt, the blue line shows our ratios going down. The red line includes the current debt and the additional debt, and you'll see it trending up. Same with debt per capita. And then the town debt as a percent of budget trends up as well. But again, staying under that green line of our 12%. And so summarize, the town has a lot of capital needs. We have a lot of buildings that need improvements, a lot of renovations. And in the past, the town staff and the council has kept our debt ratios very low, which is very good. But as you can see on those charts, that there is room for an increase without getting the bond rating agencies nervous. Typically, they'd like to see 15% or below. And so if it gets above 15, they get a little nervous. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is an annual process. So next year, we'll look at all the projects again. We'll evaluate them. We'll look at different grant funding opportunities. We'll look at the needs, and you'll get another CIP plan for another 5 years. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Kenny.
Thank you. So just looking at some of these crossing improvements, it seems like a number of the pedestrian-oriented things are reflected in our bike plan. Am I correct that things like the Shelton Street contraflow lane or Poplar Avenue separated bike lanes would be included in these funds if we were planning to address them within the next 5 years? This is where that money would be?
Yeah, if it's a capital project, a capital improvement, it would be in this plan, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess I would offer the feedback that it seems like we have a couple fairly load-bearing elements of the bike plan that I think would need to be addressed before 2027.
I will mention that our threshold for including a project in a capital in the capital improvement plan is 100,000. So if it's 100,000 or more, it will be in this plan. If it's just maybe 20,000 or 40,000, that we don't include it in the CIP.
That is extremely helpful, and it does address, in particular, the Shelton Street contraflow lane. There are a couple other things, particularly Poplar Avenue and Fidelity Street, which I think would total about 170,000. Poplar being 100, more than 100 itself. I would just really encourage you guys to look at some of those priority 2 and 3 things in here. It seems like 5 years is a reasonable window to be getting into priority 3.
And that threshold is different for vehicles. That threshold is 30,000 or more, then it gets into the CIP. And for software, I believe it's 50,000.
Thank you.
Carrie, one quick question from me. So you mentioned that we still have a little bit of wiggle room in issuing debt without making the bond agencies too nervous. We also know interest rates are going up. They've been going up. They probably are going to go up some more. Thinking of those two things, it looks like right now we're scheduled to do renovations for Town Hall in fiscal year '24. Would it make sense to start in earlier?
Not sure if I know how to answer that, just.
I saw the microphone pulled here.
If I may, yes, I would answer that. Considering the position request I've made in this budget, I'm hoping that we could accelerate the work on this building, and we are beginning to have those conversations about how that might be possible.
As early as fiscal year '23.
Maybe 24, FY '24, next fiscal.
24 is as early as it's going to be.
Yes.
The best things in life are worth waiting for, Arch. That's all from me. Anybody other questions? Harry, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
presentation. And I think all we need to do now is there a motion to approve the resolution? Oh, I'm sorry, Randy, did you have a question?
I just wanted to ask for attachment A. Is there anything else we need to consider for changes or direction? Because I don't know that we've had subsequent conversation as to whether or not there was anything that we thought that we wanted to change or add.
I was thinking we had already had time to make comments, but
Yeah, if it's appropriate, I would like to see more projects that move into priority 2 and 3 from the bike plan. I guess what I would say is I would offer begin to more substantively address priority term 2 and 3 in the bike plan before 2027.
And I'll add
So
to our.
that's that would be like number one
Number
under.
one, yeah.
Right.
I'll add that we pursue our renovations of Town Hall at the earliest time possible.
So with those two additions, I'll move attachment A.
Oh, a quick question. Mr. Manager, we have a study on our solarizing the buildings. How does that factor into the CIP that we just saw tonight?
Yes, we have two proposals back, and we're working with those numbers, and so we would have to reflect that. There's funding in 203, the project now for solar. For other buildings, did you all include that in the CIP? Is not reflected in the current CIP. So we'd have to make some adjustment to get that.
For the 203, it's not reflected, but for the other facilities, it's also not reflected.
The 203, there's funding in the 203 project for solar. For the CIP, we have to reflect the other buildings in the CIP.
So, okay, let me understand. So you're saying that 203 is reflected in the CIP or not?
No, there's funding in the 203 project to address solar.
Oh, in the
not
category,
in CIP.
Okay, the 203 is in the CIP and it includes solar in it. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just like to add a third point to include the solar funding for the solar, implementing our solar study for the facilities. That's point 3. Is someone making that?
Yes,
I made that. I'll accept that friendly amendment.
And Wesley, you have those 3 suggestions: bike paths, Town Hall, solar. And is there a motion to approve the resolution with these 3 recommendations from council?
Made that.
Randy made the motion.
Sammy
Sammy seconded the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? We're good to go. And it sounds like the capital improvement plan will be available on the website beginning tomorrow. So thank you all. Okay, Mr. Manager.
Okay, the next item is the amendment to the FY22 adopted budget. The purpose of this item is to request that the Town Council approve a budget amendment to the General Fund operating budget and the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund based on year-to-date actual revenue collections and trends. And our Finance Director, Arch McAdoo, will present this item.
Evening.
Okay. What's that?
If you want to advance your slides, you can that way.
Can I just that right there? Okay. Okay. Good evening. I'm here to talk about amending our current year's adopted budget that will be ending June 30th, 2022. Okay, now why is this necessary? One, the impact of the pandemic was not as severe as we had anticipated. Some might say that we were a little too conservative in our estimates. Our general fund revenue collections are expected to exceed what we have in the current adopted budget. As of March 31, we had collected over 85% of the town's budgeted revenues. In some instances, like property tax collections, we had exceeded the projection. Occupancy tax collections, which at one point we were looking at being severely down, we exceeded that projection. Local sales tax revenues, we've collected 66% of what's in the adopted budget. And the trend there is they're expecting it to continue to increase through June 30th. And so with these additional revenues, it gives us an opportunity to address some other priorities that are either unbudgeted or they're under budgeted. To give you an idea, these are the actual revenues through March, where you can see the property taxes are 109.7%, the sales tax, you see the occupancy tax, we were looking to bring in 103,000, we're at 107,000. Yeah, so is that the right slide? Yeah. And so also, this has the affordable housing and the special revenue fund, where we had appropriated $338,000, but through June we've collected $390,000. That's 115%. And so, that's part of the 1.55 cents on the property tax that we dedicate to affordable housing. And here you can see the actual revenue receipts compared to budget, for all of the categories.
Arch, if I could, this collections is through March 31.
31.
Yep, it's in the title.
I've been through here. I'm going backwards. Okay, these are the, in the revenue budget, these are what we're recommending that it be changed to. We're looking at increasing the property tax revenues by about $1.4 million, local sales tax, other taxes and licenses, occupancy taxes. We're looking to be able to significantly reduce the amount of fund balance that we use for budgeting, balancing the budget. Then in the affordable housing, we are proposing to increase that revenue appropriation by $43,625. Now, let me say something about the carryover from the prior year. That's money that was left over at the end of last year. It wasn't spent, wasn't committed, and because this is a multi-year fund, it stays in the fund without any further action by the council or by the manager. In terms of the general fund revenue expenditure budget, that's not the right one. Okay, here we go. These are the additional expenditures that we're proposing that we address with this extra funding. We brought on a new town manager, and there were certain expenses associated with bringing that manager on board here at the town. So we're looking at about $25,000. Race and equity, we need some additional training. We have to start implementing that. The pay plan and classification, I understand that study may not be done until late summer, early fall. However, we will need to implement that. The worst thing we can do is have a fantastic study done and not do anything with it. That's what happened 10 years ago when I came here. And a lot of the compression issues and things that we're seeing now, they just didn't happen overnight. They happened over the past 10 years because we didn't implement and we didn't manage that. What we're proposing, even though we're appropriating the $660,000 this year for that, if we do not expend or encumber that by June 30th, I will be coming back to you asking you to designate that in fund balance so that we can carry that over to the next year, which means we don't have to appropriate any more money out of next year's budget. Finance software, there's a couple of modules we've been wanting to add to our financial system, like cashiering, that will help us to really, move more into the direction of, I want to quit writing checks eventually. I want to go to doing ACHs, like everybody else is doing. And so that will help us to get there. And there's some new GASB rules about leases, and we're looking at a piece of software that will help us to manage those leases and also manage the debt. We've seen an uptick in our bank fees. Since we did the last RFP for banking, it was very basic then. We have added a number of functions and features to it. It's like now we can deposit a check from the desktop with the software that we have. Planning, when they got their new software, they got a new credit card machine reader, and they also got a check reader so that they can process the check right there and it goes straight to the bank. Rec and Parks has set up, same thing, similar for depositing checks. And so, and some of the reports and things, like the positive pay, the enhancements that comes with that, so we, so the bank fees are going up, not so much because they just went up, but because we kept demanding more services from the bank. At some point, we're going to have to stop and evaluate all of those services, and put a value on it. Is it really worth it and stuff? And I would say yes. They were pointing out to me that the council needed some more money in its video budget because the occupancy tax revenues are going to go up. That means we will be distributing a little bit more to the Tourism Development Authority. We have money now. We just got a brand new fire truck. Okay. Unfortunately, we did not include money for outfitting that with all of the equipment that it needed on it, but we're proposing to be able to do that. Public Works needs a replacement truck that's going to run around $55,000. We tried to hold off on it, but they assured me that we need it back. And so I just couldn't second judge that. So on the expenditure side, These are the adjustments that we're looking to make in the budget on a functional basis. Increase the general government budget, public safety, public works, that's the truck, recreation parks and cultural resources, and the $660,000 for the implementing the pay and class study will be put into the non-departmental. We're not doing anything with that, so we're basically looking at increasing our budget by $1.1 million at this point. Questions? And there is a resolution or a draft ordinance in your packet to
We've got it.
approve this.
Okay, Arch, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for, even more importantly, for your good stewardship of our town's finances. Questions, council members? We'll start with Sammy.
Sure. Just a question, Arch, in terms of the $600,000 and the pay implementation, obviously that will be an annual recurring cost once we're implementing the, not the 600,000, but the increase to our staff salaries. So the question I have is about how many years worth do you feel, or am I thinking in the wrong way, that $600,000 will likely cover, if we can estimate how much?
Well, I don't know if I can really estimate it because there are a number of factors out there. In the past, we have tried to adjust salaries by the Consumer Price Index. It's up around 8.5% now. We did have a merit pay system that I've been here over 10 years and I've yet to see it been reinstated and stuff. And that's something that I believe we're going to have to take a look at and do it. You know, those are things that keep you from slipping into that salary compression and being non-competitive in the marketplace. And so if the council decides that you're going to give, not do a cost of living or not do the merit pay and stuff, that will impact the staff at some point. The $600,000 we're looking at just to get us back to ground zero, you know, and be competitive in the market. And there's a number of factors going forward that we would have to pay attention to. And
So again, do you feel like that 600,000 will be a 1 year's worth expenditure increase on our staff salaries, or is it something that is thought of to be spread out over years to make up for that?
I don't know. Yeah, it's like I said, it's going to bring us back, make us whole at zero.
So we'll spend it 1 year and we'll be
whole. If we don't do anything else going forward, we're going to end up in the same situation that we are right now. Okay. And that's something that I would urge the council to.
I'm just, it's hard to understand because it's a recurring annual cost, the increase that we will have for staff salary. So when you say it's going to make us whole, I'm not understanding whether what you're saying is whether 600,000 is what we're expected to be paying every year to make.
No, well, the 600,000, you know, perhaps making us whole is a bad terminology and stuff. But right now we're not competitive. You know, we've not managed our pay and class system the way we should have.
That, yeah.
Okay.
So how far is the 600?
So the $600,000 is when the study comes in. They're going to, for each position, each class, they're going to be able to identify it's up, low, what have you, and make a recommendation to us as to how we should look at adjusting that. And that's what the $600,000 will be used for, is making those adjustments. And yes, that is a recurring expense. If we don't do anything else, we'll have that annual expense every year going forward. You know,
it'd be $600,000 every year going forward.
Well, I don't know. It could. It could be.
It's going to get us part of the way. We don't know what it's going to be. Okay, that's the answer.
You know, I'm not going to assume that we're not going to continue to do COLAs or that we're going to not reinstate the merit pay system.
I think I got the answer. We don't know what it's going to be. 600 will help us. Okay, good. Yeah. Thanks. I guess what I'm interested in is, on the one hand, we've got these proposals from staff in terms of costs we could expend given this new revenue that we weren't expecting. And part of what I'm interested in is hearing about the budget for the coming year, and considering kind of the needs there compared to the needs that staff has identified. And what I'm getting at is, like, if we could hold off on approving this right now until after we've heard the other budget, so that we may be able to adjust some of the staff proposals here with whatever it is that we have interest in that may not be necessarily reflected in the budget going forward. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, Sammy. The only thing to keep in mind is we will not be approving the budget tonight. We'll be approving the budget on June 21st, as I recall.
Sure.
So should we go ahead and just take this vote on the amendment now?
Right.
It's not a huge amount of money.
Is there a time constraint? Is there a reason why?
Yes, we need to go ahead and get this budget in place before
Before
the year ends.
Okay, got it.
And we purposely brought this forward at this point in time so that we would not interfere with adoption of the budget for next
Okay,
year.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Other questions, council members? Randy?
I just want to make a quick comment and thank Carrie and Art. Last 10, 12. Pressurizing, taking the pressure out of the compression. And I really appreciate, even though it looks like you were really conservative during the pandemic, it was just sound financial decision making. Let's just say, I mean, now where we are, we can look at it and say it was sound. At the time, it was, we didn't know. We had no idea what was going to happen. So thank you, because I know from having heard from other municipalities around the state that the last 3 years was and very, very challenging, and know that we've come through and that we're strong. I just want to reiterate my great appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Okay, I would like to thank the council for, your understanding and sensitivity to issues like this, and your willingness to go out and encourage us to do that. And I would also like to thank the manager, because the manager's the one that gives me direction, and I learn a lot from him. And he and I are on the same wavelength, and said we just can't do this anymore. So I really appreciate y'all, and I'm thankful that I have this opportunity.
Thank you, Arch. Yes, Barbara.
So thank you to the finance team for bringing this forward. I do have a question. So this is 1.1 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so I'm trying to figure out, these are staff recommendations. And so I'm trying to figure out, is $43,625 as much money as we could get to go into the Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund? And the reason why I mention that is because, the community surveys have constantly asked us for more affordable housing. The ARPA recommendations that have come from the community, constantly, affordable housing, 30% in the AMI. So we had this 1.1 million, and I'm not disputing the recommendations, but was there any way to get more than $43,625?
No, because that's basically, the council made a commitment to spend a penny and a half of the tax rate. You dedicated that for affordable housing. And so that's the maximum, that's the limit on the affordable housing. And the $43,000, reflects the additional tax revenues that have been collected but have not been dedicated for affordable housing. Yeah. Does that make sense?
It does, but there should not be a limit for money for affordable housing. Our community is just way too expensive. I just don't appreciate setting a ceiling, for the affordable housing, in our community. It is very expensive here to rent and to buy. And so I feel like as much money as possible should go to this fund. I understand what you say, Mr. McAdoo. I absolutely do. But I also understand that people are leaving this community because it's expensive. I understand that the demographics, are changing because it's expensive. And so we can't keep saying it's a priority and it's not reflected with the money. This is where the rubber meets the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I was hoping I could just have one follow-up with that because it's a good point. So I know that the Orange County Affordable Housing Coalition has recommended that we actually earmark, rather than that 1.5%, Arch, they're recommending 2% of the property tax revenues toward affordable housing. And I think in order to reach that 2%, we would need to find an additional about $100,000. So my question, Arch, is this $43,000, we can think of that as kind of carrying that over to fiscal year 23. Should I think of it that way? And then if we added in another 57,000 of, say, ARPA funds, we would get closer to that $100,000 that we're looking toward if we wanted to meet that goal. Should I be thinking of it that way? Also knowing that with the ARPA funds, I'm hoping we can be adding a lot more to affordable housing, but kind of we'll talk about that a little bit later this evening.
Yeah, I think that comes up later and stuff. I would have to caution you to be careful when you start talking about using ARPA funds for different things. One, because of the rules that say you got to show the beneficiaries they got to be suffering from the pandemic and stuff. Plus, you got to have the money obligated by 2000. Let's see. Well, within another year, and then you got to have it all spent a year after that. I don't have my notes with me, and so you just have to be careful. Right now, you're putting money in affordable housing fund that is general tax revenues, which has no limitations other than the ones that you should choose to put on there. With ARPA monies, we're getting into the federal area. Okay? And you're looking at a whole host of rules and regulations. I've been involved with federal grants administration probably for about, 50-some years and stuff. And the ARPA money is the first grant money I've seen with so many restrictions, that it just doesn't make sense. And that's what makes it so hard. And that's why I'm very cautious, and I'm always telling you and other people, let's stop and let's think about that. Let's look at that and see how this could play out and stuff. I hear what you're saying. I understand the need and stuff. And if you want to move it up to 2% on the tax rate, then the question becomes, do you keep the tax rate the same and then just dedicate that 2 cents, or do you raise the tax rate by that additional half cent to get to the 2 cents?
Okay.
Those are the decisions that would have to be made with regards to that.
Thank you, Arch. So thank you for raising that, Barbara. And it sounds like in terms of just right now voting on this amendment, and then we're going to be dealing with the budget and the ARPA funding a little bit later this evening.
Yes.
So any final questions on the amendment?
One comment.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole reason I wanted to hold off on this is because this is staff recommendation, and we're going to have that discussion. So to Barbara's point, how does this money compare to other discussion? That's why I felt it necessary to have some time to think about this. And maybe the lesson here is that as a council, we would appreciate having more time to digest this kind of information, so that it not just be a matter of staff's input, but rather the council itself have an opportunity to give it some meaningful consideration. So having said that, and given the sentiment of the council not wanting to wait, I'll go ahead and move this piece.
So Sammy is moving, has made a motion to accept the amendment to the fiscal year 21-22 general fund and affordable housing special revenue fund budgets. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much, Arch.
March. Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, sir.
The next item is the town manager's recommended budget for fiscal year FY '23. The purpose of this agenda item is for the town manager to present the recommended budget for FY '23 and to request that council set the public hearing for June 7th, 2022.
Thank you.
Present the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And before you begin with the budget presentation, we have two folks here who have been waiting patiently to speak about the budget with IFC. They didn't have a chance to speak at the beginning. So would it be okay if they made their public comment and then we jumped into your presentation? So we will begin with Jackie.
Good evening, everyone. In my 30 years of making public comment, I've never had a soft 3 minutes before, so this is super exciting. Thank you, Carrboro. I'm Jackie Jenks from Interfaith Council for Social Service. Before I start with my prepared remarks, I just really wanted to second, third, and fourth the conversation about not having a ceiling on affordable housing, especially for folks at 30% AMI and below. And I'm glad to hear that you're striving for at least the two pennies for housing. I'm also here to urge you, as did my colleagues who spoke before, to include IFC's request for support to preserve emergency housing at Community House and Home Start in this budget through an interlocal agreement. I'm called to speak tonight because the work of these two shelters in our community, the everyday of walking with people through their experiences of homelessness, is life or death work. Over the years, IFC has faced the loss, as we all have, of many of our beloved members who we care deeply about in our own community with, and I can vividly see their faces still today. People are literally dying outside in our community and in other communities across the country from the effects of homelessness. They also sometimes die in our shelters or in their apartments shortly after they get housing because of their extended time living outdoors. It goes without saying that people should not be living outdoors, but we really need to think about what the effects are. The mortality rate is 2 to 5 times higher for a person experiencing homelessness than for the general population. Living outdoors takes a tremendous toll on our bodies, our minds, and our emotional health. Experiencing homelessness can cause post-traumatic stress disorder and often does, and this is a condition commonly known to people who have gone to war. Living on the streets is traumatic. The effects of PTSD are lasting and impact people's ability to function in their lives as they did before they experienced the trauma. One of the ways our community can support people in reducing the harm that homelessness causes is to provide the housing that people need. The only way we are going to solve homelessness is through housing. In the meantime, we can at least provide a space inside for them to stay while they are finding a place of their own. IFC, as you know, is the sole provider of shelter in Orange County, and we continue to provide shelter every day, every single day of the year, as we have done for decades and as we did every single day throughout the pandemic. And our staff came in and risked their own health and the health of their families to be able to do that. As you know from our written request back in March, IFC currently has a gap between the annual funds we bring in and our expenses to provide dignified, sustainable shelter. And we have requested funding through an interlocal agreement between the county and the towns to assure that we are able to sustain these shelters into the future. While we receive incredibly generous support from the community at large, as you heard earlier, more than 70% of IFC's funds come from individuals and organizations. It's private funding. Historically, our funding from local government has been only a total of 12% of our overall budget. That's for the towns and the county. That's extremely low for basic safety net services that would otherwise need to be provided by local government. Other shelters in comparable communities receive more than double that from their local governments. And we can tell you, as you've already heard, that without a greater amount of annual funding from local government, we are not able to sustain all of our safety net services into the future and face making very difficult decisions. We came to the towns in the county 3 years ago to staff to request an interlocal agreement for this purpose. We came back last year to request one, and this year we came to you in March to request an interlocal agreement for $650,000 across the local governments to sustain these shelter services. We are asking that you seriously consider this in this year's budget and not kick the can down the road further. This is really, really important to us being able to continue the work that we do. I wanted to answer an earlier question that I was yelling at my computer from home to answer. IFC left it up to the local governments to decide how folks wanted to split it out. But we know that if you do if you decide to distribute it, as you do with, the population-based, that's 15%, which would be a little bit shy of $100,000 for Carrboro. So while the town is considering many competing needs for funding next fiscal year, we know that you know, and you know in your hearts, that our town budget is a statement of values, and that IFC values people, and we know you do too. So thank you for your consideration and your serious consideration of doing that this year, in this moment, at this time, and not waiting, because we really can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for your leadership at IFC as well. Vicki.
Hi, I'm Vicki Kim. I've been a resident here in Carrboro for 21 years, and I've raised my 2 kids here. I've been volunteering with IFC for almost 7 years, and I'm serving this current year as chair of the board of directors. As Jackie said, IFC is the sole provider of emergency housing programs in Orange County. People sleep outdoors in our community every night, and some people die doing so. And without these vital services, more people would be living outdoors, especially given the worsening affordable housing crisis. And no other organization provides this essential basic human service in our community. Also, as Jackie said, IFC has submitted requests for an interlocal agreement for the past 3 years unsuccessfully. I'm hoping that this year will be different, that this year the towns of Carrboro, Chapel Hill, Hillsborough, and Orange County will come together to prioritize its people over parks and parking, pickleball. That this year, this community says yes, it's critical to ensure safe housing for our most vulnerable residents. That this year, the community says yes, we'll commit to local funding for this service that no one else will do and that IFC has provided for almost 60 years. That this year, our community says yes, we understand that by approving the interlocal agreement, we are preventing IFC's potential program cuts for services that no one else provides. That this year, this community says yes, we understand that reliably supporting IFC's shelters will send a message to our community members without housing or those struggling so hard to keep their families housed, that we do see you and we care about you. That this year, this community says yes. We recognize that other entities may also be sole providers of important community services, and they don't have to continually raise funds throughout the year and year to year. Like our city, county workers that keep our infrastructure fresh, building roads, fixing school buildings, don't have to constantly pass the donation basket for their tools and resources. I'm hoping this year will be different, that this community says yes. We want our actions and our decisions to align with our words, our intent, and aspirations. That this year, the community says yes, we recognize that safe shelter is a physiological need that we all have a right to, along with clean air and water, food and sleep. It is a basic of survival and not a reality for many of our people. That this year, this community, the town of Carrboro, says yes, IFC, as the sole provider of safe shelter in this community that we call home, needs reliable, consistent funding from our local governments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Appreciate it. Any other comments this evening? Okay, Mr. Manager, we're all set.
See if I can extend the mic. Hope you can hear me. The mic is a little low, but let me know if I need to speak up. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
There too.
On that one as well. Very good.
Closer.
That's right. Balancing between the two. But good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. It's my pleasure tonight to present the FY23 recommended budget. There we go. Okay. The purpose of tonight's presentation is twofold. One is to provide an overview of the budget as I've recommended, and then second, to receive your comments. While we, is this one okay?
Other one, right there.
Which one?
There you go.
I need to go back, but there we go. Okay, very good. Okay. My goals with the budget is fourfold here. One is I was working to refine the alignment of council's strategic priorities to the budget, to address employee recruitment and retention, to control costs while maintaining our current level of services, and to develop a balanced budget. As you know, we've been dealing with COVID for the past 2 years, and so with the pandemic continuing to affect our lives and the economy, we see that playing out in local government budgets in terms of competition for talent, supply chain issues, rising fuel costs, and overall inflationary pressures, and we're trying to address those issues in this budget this year. As we continue to adjust to that changing landscape, the task of budgeting continues to be challenging. And so the goal of this budget was to try to balance revenue projections. They're not overly aggressive or regressive in terms of what I propose in the budget. With the pandemic, it's still uncertain how it may continue to affect our economy, and so as we move along this year, we may need to make some adjustments to the budget, but we base the budget based on the best information that we have at this point. So tonight, I'm presenting a balanced total budget of $90.4 million, which is 8.4% over our FY22 budget. This related to the added positions that I'll speak about in a moment, salary and benefits, inflationary expenses, debt payments, and as we emerge from the pandemic, we're basically moving back to full operations. As you've already heard, our revenues have come in much stronger than we anticipated during the pandemic, and so that growth we see is in our property tax and sales tax. And because of that, this budget does not recommend any tax increase, and also we don't, at this point, recommend one for the Affordable Housing Fund as well. This slide shows our general fund revenue by sources. In our property tax, we are anticipating an increase of 9%. In our local sales tax, a little under 11%. And our property and sales tax make up 75% of our total general fund revenues. You also see that in our fund balance, we are showing an increase at 51%, but that's because last year we were in the pandemic and we budgeted very conservatively, but that amount pretty much equates to where we were in FY20. And again, overall, we're anticipating our revenues increasing overall by $2.1 million at the 8.4%. This shows all of our funds. In our general fund, we are increasing from $25.3 million to $27.4 million in FY23. Our special revenues fund at $10.9 million. Our capital projects, which does include the 203 project at $50 million. And then with our enterprise fund, $1.2 million for a total of $90.4 million. These are what I consider the budget drivers that are driving our budget for FY23. 58.8% of our general fund budget is accounted for in salaries and benefits for our employees. Health insurance and premiums, we anticipate to increase 15%, and as required by the state retirement system, we're increasing those contributions, which is on a 5-year plan. The town's portion will be $78,580 for that increase. The next item is a compensation and classification study, which you've heard about in the budget amendment discussion a few moments ago. As you know, we've had many vacancies in our government, particularly in police and planning and public works. And so the pandemic has certainly made it difficult to retain and recruit employees. And so in this budget for FY23, I've recommended that we increase all salaries by $3,000, and that'll be prorated for part-time employees as a first step in implementing that compensation study. As you heard about in the budget amendment, we do plan to carry over view of the $660,000 that will help us move farther along in implementing that compensation study once we get the findings back late summer or early fall. This slide shows the number of positions that we have within our government. It currently stands at 169.5 positions. I'm recommending the additional 5.5 positions that will take us to 175 employees total. These are the positions that I've recommended in the FY23 budget. I'm recommending that we restore 2 positions in the manager's office. These positions have been here historically over time. I served in the town 20 years ago, and at that time we had an assistant town manager and an assistant to the town manager, which I served in that role. But over the years, through various reorganizations, those positions have been changed. The last 2 assistants we had are now department heads. And so for the past 9 months, I've been on my own in the manager's office. So this will allow me to have support and will help me certainly create greater managerial capacity within our government. The other 2 positions I'm recommending are separating our race and equity officer position, our recreation, parks, resources, and cultural affairs director serving that role, a resources director serving that in a dual role. And so I'm recommending that we separate that role. Council has a priority of race and equity, and so this will allow that individual to focus full-time on implementing that council priority. Would also recommend that a race and equity manager be added as well to support that work. I'm also recommending moving our communication and engagement specialist part-time position to full-time. That will address council's priorities around our community engagement and outreach efforts. And then one additional position is a grants manager. As you heard earlier with ARPA, ARPA is going to require a great deal of compliance and reporting responsibilities, but we do see over time this position will be a much broader position. But we definitely need this one now to help us work through the ARPA funding. And there's also an infrastructure bill, which we haven't even addressed yet, that's come down as well. And so this position will help us manage those funds and work on compliance concerns. This shows the town's organizational chart, and the areas you see in blue are those areas where I'm recommending new positions. But also show this chart to point out that currently there are 11 department heads who report directly to the manager. And typically that span of control is really wide for a manager to have that many direct reports. And so with the addition of assistant town manager, I'll be able to reorganize this chart and to reduce the number of direct employees that I have to about 5 to 7. And we'll have the assistant town manager support me in that function in managing all of our town departments and services. The other drivers in this budget are fuel increases. We've all been to the gas pump lately and seen what that's doing to our spending ability. We've accounted for an increase of 7.5% for any additional fuel costs we may see in this upcoming budget, fiscal year. We've also will see debt payment, the first interest payment for the 203 project, and then we'll make a payment on our replacement vehicles and equipment. And I've also noted here that we're anticipating an increase in our transit budget of $96,000. That would be the town's portion of that cost. Our departments have submitted requests, and these are the ones that I've included in the FY23 budget. These are just highlights of some of that are there, but I just wanted to point a few of these out. There's money here to hire a facilitator for our Race and Equity Commission, additional gear training, replacing our storage network and a server. The police has a firearms training simulator that they currently have that's outdated. This will replace that one. It's a much more advanced model than what they have now. I've also included funding here for some contractual services to begin to look at how our police department can respond to mental health concerns in our community. Our K-9, as you heard tonight, one's retired, one died, and so this will replace one of those K-9s in FY23. You've already looked at our Port Laureate increase in that stipend, and also for the payment for musicians for the 25th Annual Music Festival. There's $28,000 here for the Downtown Economic Development Study, and there will be requests for the Economic Sustainability Commission for additional information on what that study will entail. We've also included some funding for a disparity study that will give us a legal basis to create a formal minority women business program. It will look at the disparity of our spending in our community and will also give us a sense of availability of minority and women BIPOC firms who are available to provide the goods and services for the town. There's also some carryover funding for an employee housing assistance program. We are currently conducting an employee survey to serve our employees to gauge their level of interest in that type program. There's also some funding here for a comprehensive stormwater infrastructure assessment. And finally, some funding for contractual services. We have the 203 project coming on board. And we've also talked about trying to accelerate the renovation of this building, plus all of our other capital projects as well, so that we can do through contractual services arrangement to beef up that area, if you will. I'm providing this slide to give you an overview of where we are with our climate action budget. What this slide attempts to show is the departmental expenditures by department, by activity, and by fund of what we've done to address our climate action budget. And so our overall goal is an 80% reduction in emissions. And what this shows is that based on our expenditure of $6.4 million, we anticipate that we can reach 13.4% of our goal in the FY23 budget, is what this chart is attempting to show. And as we mentioned earlier, we will put this back on the agenda for further discussion on June 14th. I just want to point out that we are making efforts to achieve our emissions goal. And then finally, we have our public hearing scheduled for June 7th. On June 14th, we'll provide time on that agenda for any continued items. Again, you've heard some concerns raised tonight and some interest about the budget. So we'll make sure that on June 14th, there's time for you all to consider any additional items for the budget at that time. And then we have you scheduled to adopt the budget on June 21st. And as I wrap up, I just want to say that the town has a long history of being very careful and thoughtful in its planning and execution. And this budget attempts to honor that tradition. I want to thank you, Council, for your vision and leadership for all that you've done to make this a very unique community that's living with a high, very quality of life, and that's because of the work that you all have done. And I also want to recognize our department directors. Many are here tonight with me. Say thank you to them for the work they've done to help get this budget together, and especially to Arch McAdoo, our finance director, and Carrie Nallen, our assistant finance director, and the entire finance team for all the work they've done in helping me with my very first budget for the town of Carrboro. And so with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your presentation and all the work that you and your staff have been doing for this budget. We've heard from a lot of people tonight about the IFC. I guess, I don't know if it relates specifically to the budget, but I can foresee us perhaps in the next conversation, the next item. I don't know if ARA funds would qualify to allocate some funds towards their request, which I believe the town would do a 14% of, assuming there's a match from the other jurisdictions, and that, in my calculation, is $84,000. So I'm interested, obviously we won't be passing this tonight, but in the context of the conversation in the next item, it may influence whether to include something in this budget or not, assuming or not. And even in the context of the previous item, and the 660,000, which is kind of a placeholder number because we don't really know what those costs will represent, there's an opportunity perhaps to draw a portion or all of that 86,000 for next year out of that chunk of money. So all that to say, like, I'm interested in down payment for a first year before we have that agreement to kind of signal to other jurisdictions it's time for them to step it up and put their matches down. In response to the community and so many of the people who are served by the community we've heard tonight who aren't able to make it here and speak for themselves because of the nature of how hard it is to participate in government interactions. I appreciate the attempt at getting at the climate stuff. One thing I would need more clarity on is what that 13% represents in terms of if we're going to do 80% of 2010 levels by 2030 over the next whatever is remaining 8 years. Is that 13% going to be what we achieve in 1 year, or is that 13% spread out over the 8 years? And then what's the context in regard to our larger goal? And that's why 3 years ago, we passed a resolution that requested very specifically a 10-year annual climate emergency budget proposal for implementing updated climate action plan goals and related activities and projects for consideration by the Carrboro Board of Aldermen beginning in the FY 2020-21 budget cycle and annually thereafter. So we need two things. One is this 10-year, kind of like a CIP, and then broken down like the CIP, how we're going to do that per year, and what are the related percentages reductions that are achieved annually. And so while I appreciate this number, I need that further context in terms of how does this compare to the other years in achieving that ultimate goal of 80% below 2010 levels. Perhaps it's something you'll have available for the next time. Okay, thanks, Mr. Manager, appreciate it. I really want to, it's been 3 years that I haven't voted for a budget precisely because there hasn't really been full follow through with this resolution. And I don't want this year to be another year that I can't vote on a budget. So I appreciate your attempt at coming into our town as a new manager and trying to respond to requests by the council. So thank you for hearing me out on that. Those are my comments for now. I appreciate everything you've presented.
Thank you.
Any?
Yeah, I would just like to echo the IFC discussion. I know that we've discussed both in regards to the IFC and the recommended 2% tax increase. I know that we have discussed potential other funding mechanisms in the short term before we consider tax raises or an interlocal agreement. So just, I would love if before the end of all of our discussions tonight, the public has some understanding of what those mechanisms are.
Okay.
Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. White, I think. So I'm going to talk about affordable housing again, as it ties to IFC, it ties to the partnership to end homelessness. All of that is interconnected. I too want to support your budget and approve your budget. I think I said earlier, priorities are reflected in the budget. When we're talking about life things here, when we talk about housing and food and things of that nature, we're talking about life things, everyday things that people need to survive. And this is the work that the IFC does. It's the work that the Partnership to End Homelessness does. And the money in our Affordable Housing Special Revenue Fund is really critical in the community, even as far as reaching climate change mitigation goals through weatherization and retrofitting and things of that nature. And so, not to mention our our community survey, right? So we all hyped about the community survey and the results. What are we going to do with the results, right? Are we listening to what the community is saying when they say, hey, we need more affordable housing? More than that, we need it at 30% of the AMI. And so it's difficult for me to look at the budget and not see much there as it relates to affordable housing. And so just trying to figure out a way to tie all this together, because what the IFC is asking, that's housing. Partnership to End Homelessness, they got staff positions that will be associated with finding housing. I need for us to find a way to tie all this together where we're doing a little bit more than what we've been doing in the past.
And so if I may respond, and that's
Sure.
why we grouped all this together in one night. We know it's a lot in one night, but that's why there's so many moving parts. And we got these requests somewhat late, but I think once you hear all this tonight, that's the idea of bringing it back on the 14th to begin to try to tie this together, if you will. So that's the thinking of why all this came together tonight, and then have an additional discussion on the 14th to try to meet those requests that you're hearing.
Right, and I just want to strongly suggest that we don't have to do what we've done in the past. We certainly, as a council and as a town, we're in different times now. The pandemic has changed everything. So, it dictates how we could potentially be moving forward in a bolder way where we're actually doing, more to meet the needs that folks have here daily around housing. One thing, housing is a big thing in our community. You know that.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're still searching for a home for you and your family, and it's just expensive. And so I just don't know how we say no to that. And so those were my comments. Thank you for your presentation and your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Denny?
Richard, I'm not sure if this is appropriate here, but I know that we had discussed the possibility of sort of an overall sort of housing strategy work session on the 7th, I think is what or did we put that on the 14th and you wanted to do those discussions together, or the possibility thereof?
The housing strategy.
With the county partners, when we met about what I think is needed a little bit is some discussion, I think, for this council, and I think a lot of this information exists between our municipal partners, but it's difficult to get a grasp between like the emergency housing that we badly need to fund, the 30% housing that we badly need to fund, and sort of the market correction measures that we need to take with our zoning and overall housing market approach. And, you know, and in the way that those strategies fall across the budgets of the different municipalities and the services thereof, I think is something that I myself have not been very clear on, partially just because I'm new. And so if there is time to have some discussion with some partners toward that end before the 21st, I think, you know, it sounds to me like we're all really pulling in a lot of similar directions here, but not with a very firm sense of priority, you know, sort of where particularly the housing needs kind of fit and ladder up together. And it looks to me like we have the room to do them all. So I would just love if before the 21st, if we could have some sort of public discussion and work session that involves a little bit more county perspective, maybe a little bit of an update on what other municipal partners are doing, just to understand where we need to act with what urgency on, you know, just balancing all these needs.
Thank you, Danny. Tammy? Or Randy?
Yeah, Danny, let me ask you this, because I think you've made a very important point, and that's that it's more than it's just varied component, because you're absolutely on target with what the components are, but it's also because many of the services are so siloed, and there's so many organizations that are looking for funding, and I think that's what makes this tricky, because it's not just about one organization. I think Jackie said this, or maybe Vicky said it, and it really struck me about sole providers, that we have Orange County, probably the greatest industry in Orange County is nonprofit. And the problem is so many do very, you know, they are sole providers for certain pieces. And I think that's part of the conversation we need to have, so that we can see, you know, in total where, you know, where is money going, and how can we, you know, how can we create greater partnerships rather than supporting siloed individual groups. Because the problem is that the money keeps going out to in all different directions, and the individual groups don't get, you know, won't get the substantive impact that we're hoping that they can achieve. The other thing is Corey Root did a great presentation. Well, every year she does a great presentation, because it really brings home the numbers. And when I look at the numbers that Corey gives on homelessness, and we're talking about complete homelessness, it's a number that looks so manageable. It always makes me think, why aren't we able to create some kind of secure sheltering and housing for the you know, the folks throughout the county? And I think that we keep saying that's a priority, and we never achieve it. And I do not understand, in a county such as ours, why we're never able to achieve it. So I agree with you, Danny. And if there's any way to squeeze, you know, shoehorn in a meeting that we actually look at this and realize, because because Carrboro's 14% is not enough. But then Carrboro is not Ann Arbor and is not Gainesville, Florida. We do not have that kind of revenue, especially with all of the ways that we serve communities. So I would absolutely support any kind of further conversation we could have regarding the overall question of housing and how are we funding it, how are we assessing what we're funding, and how we bringing under one umbrella the kind of services that we can meet so people are housed. Everyone gets housed.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, just
you, Randy.
one,
Yes,
one
Barbara.
brief comment. And so we have like a month. I know the IFC sent the letter in March. And so we've known that this was coming. So here we are at the last hour suggesting we're going to squeeze in a conversation and do what? Is that going to help us to make the decision? Is it going to rush us to make? I mean, what is it going to do? Because the handwriting has been on the wall, for a few months now. We know the difficulty the nonprofits have had. And I appreciate the sentiment in which this is brought, for better understanding. I understand that too. But we've known. I mean, we've known. We could have asked for this conversation before now. And so now squeezing it in, is it going to help? Is it going to, what is it really going to do? What I was trying to figure out. I see Danny over there.
Well, so just to be really clear, in the interest of transparency, I support funding our portion for IFC, whether that's through interlocal agreement or a mechanism this year before we lock in a 5-year interlocal agreement. I would love to support that on the longest timeline possible. I think we have the money. I think we're going to get it done. That's just one man. 2, I would also like to see us pick up our burden and get to that 2% number. But what I think we are missing in the community is a sense of where, just this, how this all works together. A strong common strategy. And I may not be productive and something that we can do within this timeline, but I think it is important as we make these decisions, that we have a common understanding publicly of how is the housing market affected by having really robust services at IFC? How's the housing market affected by, what can't we do by trying to subsidize 30%? Because the answer is a lot. I think that will get us to what do we need to do with sort of the regular run of the mill outside of the budget cycle when we're talking about zoning and setbacks and special use permits. And we just need a North Star to sort of have this system of being really serious about this. Now, one conversation is not going to do that within 3 weeks or that, but it's not a conversation I've heard since I've been here, now 6 months. And so just considering that I would love personally to support as aggressively as possible these priorities, which I think are really high priorities for us. Just kind of looking for a framework that grounds our common vocabulary and makes it a little bit easier for us to understand that we're working together.
Emmy.
Yeah, oftentimes when we come to budget time, we realize we have a lot to do, and what ends up happening is we start the process for the next budget cycle. So I feel like this conversation's here. What we've heard from the community is this need from the IFC. I like I've stated before, I think we can support that. But I do think we need a comprehensive way of addressing affordable housing generally. We do have a board that's dedicated for that purpose. But as a council, we have an opportunity to think cross silos because I feel like the Affordable Housing Commission is thinking in this one way. But we have these other needs as represented in a comprehensive plan. We have race and climate as the foundational pillars. And I keep bringing it up, the opportunity to weatherize every low-income home in our town is ripe for shooting 2 birds with, maybe that's an un-PC way of saying it.
It is.
2 stones to whatever it is nowadays. So I think we are missing the boat. There's also the WISE program, Mr. Manager. We had stimulus funds about 10 years ago and had a great program and a revolving loan fund to put that money out. And unfortunately, it depended on those funds to contract out with another entity who could manage that program. So we know what it costs, we know how to do it, we just don't have the capacity to do it. And what I've been thinking more and more, instead of rejiggering that so we can sustain it over time, is maybe we need to do pulses of that program. In other words, hire an outfit to do it as we know how it's been done for 2 to 3 years to put the money out that we've regenerated from the revolving loan fund. And we could tell them to also help us weatherize every home in town, like add this extra task for them to do. And so, and that's one of the biggest opportunities in the climate action plan is weatherizing homes. So and affordable housing is not just the cost of housing, it's utility. So we'd be addressing both simultaneously. And so perhaps one of the things we need in this current budget is funds to put the contract out to run the WISE program and weatherize every home in town. So that's something I'd be interested in pursuing, because I know, we're upping our staffing capacity, and yet there are these other things that are ready-made that we just need to contract out and get done. And I think that's one that's really ripe. The other opportunity that's synergistic with making our town affordable and with climate is transportation demand management. As we know, and I think I remember, Susan, you were running on this when you ran affordable housing plus T, transportation. And that's a climate action too. So if we increase our transportation demand management, which by the way is one of the biggest impacts in the sketch of how we might achieve our climate action goals, we would be achieving our affordability in terms of like that saving in transportation. So I think we need to like focus more on these synergistic things that accomplish two things, and we have funds for doing both, because we do have affordable housing fund. So if we increase to 2 cents, I would really encourage us to think of that extra quarter cent or half cent to be allocated to weatherize every home in Carrboro, for example. So that's my 2 cents. 2 cents unintended.
Thank you, Sammy. If I could make just a couple of comments, I think you probably have the information you need now, Mr. Manager, in terms of the affordable housing. And I know we're looking forward to June 14th, having a little bit more direction in some of our decision making there. If I could just say, first of all, congratulations on finishing your first budget for the town. And it's nice to see that we will continue to provide the same high quality services without a tax increase. And I know a lot of everybody in Carrboro will be feeling the same. And I must say that's made possible really by you, but also by your staff, by the department heads here tonight who have been very patiently waiting through this meeting. But I just want to say thank you to all of them as well, because they do tremendous work each and every day, and we appreciate them. I did have just a few comments. I definitely support the 5.5 positions that will be added. I may have missed it, but I didn't see the construction manager position.
It was on that list.
It was on there. Okay,
Items,
then I
it
just
was
missed
on
it.
that long list, yes.
Thank you. And then I did want to ask should I think of there was going to be the one position as the grant manager. Should I think of that as a one-time, when the ARPA funding is spent, does that person still stay on staff? Do you envision that? Or is this sort of the temporary position in terms of taking on the roles of overseeing the ARPA funding?
It would be a long-term position, because even when ARPA's gone, we have other grants, and there'll be other opportunities that come along as well, but this will be a full-time position that's permanent to help us manage our existing grants as well.
Got you. And will that, in terms of the construction manager who will be overseeing the 203 project, will that construction manager stay on even after the ribbon cutting, or do you foresee that as a 18-month or 2-year assignment?
Yes, whatever additional work we take on because of 203 and then trying to renovate this building will be a contractual arrangement that will go away once the 203 is done and once we kind of get a handle on where we're going with our townwide facility. So that's temporary.
Okay. And then I did want to add, I know that there's a halftime addition to the community and engagement, and Barbara has lifted up the participatory budgeting, and so I was hoping that that person could be used to help us get more community involvement in just what we are doing tonight through this budget process. Question about the studies, and so I haven't seen the budget, but at one point there was talk of quite a few studies. The electrifying the town's fleet, the disparity study, the stormwater infrastructure assessment, the downtown master plan, the compensation and classification study, the old Highway 86 property highest and best use study. I don't know if they're all included, but I was struck by Art's comment earlier this evening that, you know, if we do the study and then don't fund the recommendations, we might as well not have done the study. So I'm a little bit nervous about all of these studies in that each study will have recommendations that are, of course, going to cost money to try to implement those recommendations. Do you have any? Are you still thinking about all these studies, or will there be fewer than that list I just read to you?
So the fleet study was funded in this fiscal year, and it's underway now, so that's already underway and moving forward. The only new ones in this budget that I propose would be the disparity study and the townwide comprehensive stormwater study and the disparity study. The compensation study is already underway. That's already funded in this year's budget and underway now.
Okay.
The downtown vision study is the one I mentioned that you all requested to get information from the Economic Sustainability Commission. So depending on what you do with that, that may come out. That's still a question mark for council.
Okay.
Is the other question mark on that one?
Thank you. I know that we all had a presentation from the Walker Parking Consultants on the completed downtown Carrboro parking study. That study's now been presented to council. I think it's going through review from our advisory boards, and then it will come back to us. We'll make recommendations. Is there money in the budget for whatever will be needed based on those recommendations from the parking study?
So we didn't put any money there because we don't quite know what those recommendations will be, what council will want to do with that. The major thing we have accounted for is wayfinding signage. Make sure that's in place for next year. But we didn't quite know whether recommendations may fall for the parking study, so we didn't account for that at this point.
And then my final question, y'all, thank you for your patience. The Westwood Cemetery. As the Westwood Cemetery fills up, I guess we're going to all need to decide, do we want to stay in the business of cemeteries and find new space for a new cemetery? Let's say we decide we want to do that. I didn't know if there was a placeholder in the budget for, at one point there was talk about purchasing maybe 3 acres on Jones Ferry Road. I think the estimate was $90,000 or whatever. Is there a placeholder in the budget should we decide that we do want to look for new space to have a new cemetery?
So no, since council's not had a conversation around the cemetery, we didn't account for that.
I mean, I didn't know
because we didn't quite know what to plan for. But we're trying to maybe get that conversation in before you all get away for the summer. But at this point, we just didn't know what to plan for at this point.
So would the conversation be, so what you're saying is we'd try to have the conversation before we vote on the budget on June 21st, or?
Probably not, because right now, all the agendas are pretty much full up until that point, and we were looking at the 28th, but it sounds like all councilors might not be available on June 28th, that last meeting of the month. So we can find some time to maybe have some conversation about the cemetery. We'll try to get that in, but we didn't account for it, because again, we didn't know what to plan for at this point.
Got you. Okay. That's all for me. Sammy.
Susan, thank you for reminding us about the parking study. I am interested in something beyond the wayfinding, and I know that they provided some degree of estimates in terms of the cost for a pay for parking system. I would like for us to, have a placeholder amount to potentially pursue that, assuming we end up pursuing it. But even if we don't pursue that specifically, I can imagine that we would do something as a response to the study that we commissioned. So I think that was very important. Thank you for reminding us.
Okay.
Danny.
I would move that we accept the manager's recommended budget and set the public hearing for June 7th for public comment.
Is there a second? Second from Sammy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you.
Get your presentation. We are on to the last item.
Log back on here. Okay, the next item is the American Rescue Plan Act Framework Update. The purpose of the agenda item is to provide the Town Council with an update on the development of a comprehensive plan to allocate the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds. And Arch McAdoo, our Finance Director, will lead this discussion.
Which back goes forward?
I will. Just tell me when.
I said, which one goes forward?
This one right here.
Okay. This right here? Okay, thank you. Good evening again. Yeah, I'm going to provide a briefing on where we are with developing the framework for the ARPA funds. One of the things I would like to do is just briefly remind everybody, that this act was this was a $1.9 billion act that the president signed into law on March 11, 2021. The town has been awarded $6.7 million under that act. And there's a requirement in there that says all of those funds have to be obligated by December 31, 2024. And they have got to be spent by December 31, 2026. Otherwise, we'll have to write a check to the U.S. Treasury to return those monies to them. Since this act was passed, the Treasury has been very busy in releasing various guidance documents to us. They start with the interim final rules. They finally released the final rule earlier this year. They have released a comprehensive reporting guideline to us. And they opened up their application portal. And so this is a real big effort. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of strings attached to it. One thing that we constantly reminded is that this is one-time money. There's no assurance that we're going to get this kind of money appropriated again. And so what I want to do this evening is to just briefly run over and refresh our minds about what the framework objective is and what some guiding principles are, and talk about citizen outreach and engagement and the needs and the priorities that have come from that. One of the things that the Act really emphasizes is that grantees get out and involve the communities in setting priorities and figuring out how you're going to build capacity going forward. And they talk about, making, using the money so that you can build that capacity so that you can sustain it in the future. And then I'll review where we are in terms of the programs today and a timeline. And as always, we need some direction from the council. This is the framework objective. Our objective is to develop a framework that is well developed, it's intentional, strategic spending plan that focus on those most impacted so that the recovery efforts will not leave unemployed, low-wage earners, frontline communities, and communities of color behind and further entrench the inequities. That is our overall goal, objective. In pursuing that objective, we've adopted some guiding principles to guide us along. And I think these were presented to the council in October 2021. But the principles include, emphasis on council goals and policy alignment, racial equity and inclusion. We just finished doing the racial equity lens and stuff, and we're about to start implementing that and incorporating that racial equity lens into our day-to-day operations. Environmental justice, town climate action plan. And we want to invest in resiliency and build capacity. One of the questions that came up was, do we have multiple small projects or do we have fewer but larger projects? The Treasury final rules, I mentioned this, several changes were made in the final rules that came down earlier this year. One of the major things that they did is they consolidated everything into 4 main categories. That's what they told us. But then when you look at the subcategories for each category, you say, well, they didn't reduce anything down. So, but anyway, so it is what it is. We got 4 main categories, and the reporting guidelines cover all of the subcategories. Just this week, I think I got a project expenditure and user guide from Treasury. And I think I got a comprehensive compliance supplement yesterday from Treasury. So when I talk about this being a complicated process, and lots of strings attached and requirements, I'm not kidding you. We filed our first annual report on April 30th. As a non-entitlement unit, we have to do that annually at the end of April. One thing I would say is so far, the guidance from Treasury is ongoing. We don't know what the next guidance from them will tell us, but we know that we're going to get something. In addition to the Treasury, we are relying upon the school of government, the League of Municipalities, the professional organizations that we belong to in order to provide guidance on that, like Government Finance Officers Association. Unfortunately, it's been consistent so far. And that's one of the things I was looking for, who has a different interpretation on this? Again, we have spent an awful lot of time doing engagement and interactions and outreach, and I'd just like to go over some of the engagement and outreach we've done. We did the 40-plus interviews with nonprofit and human services agencies as soon as pretty early on when the act came out. We done surveys involving over 900 people, over 265 comments. We've had several surveys. The town did an online survey. We did paper surveys at the Century Center, Town Hall, and Farmers Market. And then we had ETC Institute do that scientific survey. And we also did an oversampling of our qualified census tract. Then we had 3 Carrboro conversations where we invite people to just come in and talk, say whatever's on their mind. And we had over 80 people participants in that. And then we reached out to people doing the social media, you know, where, Nextdoor, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you know, as well as reaching out to some of our partners, you know, like El Centro, you know, Habitat for Humanity, and the faith leaders in the churches. Okay, and from this, we had people to provide us feedback in terms of, you know, ranking priorities and stuff. And this is the ranks that we got from the various methods that we used, whether it was the online and paper survey, the resident survey, qualified census tract, and we also had the survey done in Spanish and Burmese. Yeah. You know, and so there were two things that came out clear as priorities. One was the first ranked priority was service to disproportionately impacted communities, you know, which included affordable housing and a bunch of other social services, you know, such as child care. Then the second ranked one was addressing the negative economic impact, you know, aid for workers, nonprofits, households, businesses, and we got lots of comments and stuff. And just to give you a flavor of some of the comments in the services to disproportionately impact communities, you know, we had comments need to lift up communities of colors, affordable housing services for the unhoused, food help and child care assistance to help ease the burden of the suffering in our community. Barbara hit on this earlier. It is too expensive to live here, somebody told us. We need more affordable housing and child care. The addressing negative economic impacts, you know, the comment was to improve the infrastructure in the historically marginalized community. You know, assist needy residents with water bill payments, rent, and electric. Invest in projects that bring businesses, you know, to Carrboro. There was one on work training programs, you know, because it seems like there's a lot of understaffed, skilled employees in the community. Support for public health expenditures. I was reading an article the other day about, you know, the health system has changed. You know, our demands and our needs are now different as a result of the pandemic. There's a need for more mental health services out there, not only for the adults, but for the young people. You know, and so that was one of the things that, these are some of the other comments that were made, like lead remediation. Mental health, you know, kept coming up time and time again. Invest in infrastructure, you know, sustainable transport, bike lanes, infrastructure mitigate the flood and wastewater and clean water, more and better crosswalks. Yeah, the goals, after looking at this, we've established 5 goals, you know, for the framework. You know, one is addressing the fundamental needs of all residents, create safe, stable, accessible, and affordable housing solutions, promote a dynamic, equitable, and sustainable economy, streamline access to community-based resources, and combat the effects of social isolation to promote community healing. You know, where we are so far, earlier, we set this grant up in the Special Revenue Fund. We brought a couple of amendments to the council, such as to the small business grants. Or the grants to small businesses were initially set at $300,000, and then we came back and we asked you for $26,000 more. And that is basically, it's that's all we reported on our first report was the small business grants. We had set aside $224,000 for essential pay to town employees. Unfortunately, we kind of jumped the gun on that. We did not have enough information, and when we did get the information, we found out that that wasn't an eligible activity the way we had proposed to do it. The town revenue replacement, this $1.8 million came from the first calculation, the first formula that the Treasury gave us. And that's what we had calculated our revenue loss at. In the final rules, the Treasury says that you can elect to take a standard election. You can elect a standard revenue replacement. And that has to be up, and if you did that, then you could go up to $10 million in revenue replacement and providing government services. And the Treasury, one of the things that they do, even with the government services, they don't really give you a real clear definition. They use examples. And they tell you, well, you can do things beyond the examples, but then you're put in a position where you got to get up with Treasury and find out, is this eligible? But anyway, so I point this out to say that as we go forward, most of the money is in that unallocated category. We will be looking to make some changes in, maybe reallocating the essential pay. I'm not sure. I haven't looked to see if we really can use $1.8 million of revenue replacement. If we can't, then we will want to move that over to a category where we can distribute it, where we do more good. These are the eligible use categories. I think I touched on this earlier, that was ranked by the community. And again, it's pretty consistent, coming back, with public health and economic impact and, infrastructure. I don't know how and premium pay. The premium pay is something that the rules allow you to provide to private sector employees. Unfortunately, we can't do that in North Carolina. So for most people, premium pay is probably going to be off the table, I would guess, because they have some very strange rules. Then Kat and I think Rebecca, they did a word cloud based on the comments that we got from the different engagements that we had with the citizens. And if you can see, you see what words jump out at you. Affordable housing, infrastructure, broadband, low income. And we took all of the information that we collected in these different engagements. And where's Rebecca? Thanks to Rebecca, she loaded that up into a spreadsheet and she generated this tree map. And this tree map is a way for the council to begin visualizing the priorities. Okay, and it represents, the data in a hierarchical order, where each rectangle corresponds to the estimated or the proposed possible values of things. I know there's no dollar amounts, but at some point, eventually, we will have to assign dollar amounts in those things. The colors indicate eligible use categories. One of the things we did was that because revenue replacement could be used for any governmental expense or activity, we asked the department heads to identify what their needs were. And you can see over here, I think it's green or it's the light green. Those are some of the things that the department directors have identified. And even though we would be using revenue replacement money, those things also fit into some of the other categories of eligibility. However, we only have to account for the activities in one category when we report to the feds and stuff. And these priorities, they really mirror what the community told us, in the various things. Now, in terms of timelines, one of the things that we're looking at is that we would like to spend the summer developing specific programs and guidelines so that we, in the fall, in September, we can present to the council a plan incorporating the guidelines, the objectives, and all of the principles that we've identified here. Again, based on the input that we've gotten from the community, I think we're at a point in time where I think we have a real good handle on the priorities of the community and what the needs of the community are. And I think as we go forward, we need to start crystallizing that and ready to implement something in the fall. And so, questions, comments, additional instructions for the staff as we move forward?
Arch, can you go back to the slide that Rebecca put together for a moment?
Right here, the tree map.
And this is based on community input.
Yes.
And does the size of the cells that reflects the community input? That's okay. Yeah. Okay. Not the spending size. Yeah. Okay.
The one thing I would mention in terms of providing service to nonprofits under the Act, we're going to be, there's two types. Some nonprofits are hurting for money and can't keep themselves afloat. That is one where we would be looking at providing some direct assistance to. The other type of nonprofit that we're looking at is one that would be called a subrecipient. And they're subrecipient because we're going to get them some money and they're going to deliver some services to the public on behalf of the town. And subrecipients are a little bit more stringent record keeping than the assistance to the nonprofits.
So one of the things I think is really about this tree map is, I can look at this and I can see the race equity lens very sharply, very clearly, because I'm trying to think of this in terms of how does this relate to the comprehensive plan, right? But the one thing I don't see here, with the exception of the stormwater relocation of fuel depot, is how climate expresses itself through ARPA and whether or not it does. And I'm thinking of in terms of energy efficiency and trying to address, and Sammy underscored this before, in terms of affordable housing, one of the aspects that's really viable is energy efficiency in terms of providing weatherization and some of the other.
Yeah, there was one on housing preservation and weatherization.
Yeah, but
that came from the
you
community.
see what I'm saying? Just overall, if I try to filter this yet again, to race equity and climate, I would love if staff could tease out some of those other connections.
Well, if they don't give us the information, if they don't make the comments, it's hard for us to tease out because we don't know what we're teasing out.
So, but I guess my question is, in terms of some of the infrastructure items, are there any other things that could possibly also connect to climate that fit into this? I mean, weatherization is up there, and that's why I noticed it, and the stormwater.
We have to spend some time looking and massaging and discussing that. one comment about the infrastructure is, and I think the manager mentioned earlier, we haven't gotten to the Infrastructure Act yet. And one of the things that we're going to be looking to do is how do we coordinate with those infrastructure monies out there so that we can get more bang for our bucks and stuff. I understand the governor is looking at doing a number of things in terms of technology, internet technology, and also some of the infrastructure stuff. But we just don't know enough about it yet, but we will be looking at that. I was talking with Randy Dodd the other day about that, who's been trying to keep an eye on the infrastructure stuff, and he said, yeah, we're going to have to get together, because there's an awful lot of money out there.
Yeah.
And what we'll do, our approach is we want to get the best mileage out of what we've got. And so if we can leverage what we've got against somebody else or with somebody else, then that's what we want to do.
Right, because it's one-time money.
Yeah, that's right. It's one-time money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Demi.
Yeah, I appreciate that, like not duplicating or not missing out on other funds that are more eligible. Like one example is there's ARA funds per the state for weatherizing, augmenting the weatherization assistance program. And I know staff's working on this effort. So when we get this, relook at this, like this is what the community inputted, but like Randy was alluding to, there's the priorities through the comprehensive plan and those two pillars. And I'd be very interested in seeing how maybe that box, given that lens for weatherizing and housing preservation, could be expanded, given that it addresses two of our main pillars. And so whatever, like how much does it cost to weatherize every low-income home in Carrboro? Like that number, like what is it? And then along with that, what is the support the state already has for weatherizing that those are funds we don't have to put up, that we could tap into or augment if they don't, or if they aren't enough to weatherize all our homes in Carrboro. And of course, housing preservation is part of that equation, because without the repairs before weatherizing, you can't do the weatherizing. So I'd be very much interested in that. But also, again, I'll reiterate the opportunity of reigniting the WISE program, as maybe some of these funds could be allocated to either provide the funds to do that as grants or loans, or even the hiring of the people who can run the program for a limited time period, because that's how it worked in the past. So I'm excited about those. And then I think it's really another opportunity that addresses, expanding a free Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi for low-income neighborhoods. Like that would be, how much do people pay for Wi-Fi? It's pretty significant. It could be what, $40 to $60. That shaved off of, every month for a family is a significant savings for them over time. So I'm excited about those opportunities. But yeah, thanks for looking at maybe the infrastructure could help with that too. But this one named it very specifically. Broadband is one of the things that we can pay for.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of specifications that if you go broadband, you got to meet those specifications. You got to sign up and participate in the program that gives the end user discounts and stuff. So, I mean, the stuff is there. It's out there,
The one other thing I wanted to mention is an interest in this mental health rapid response team, because this is very much attuned to what it's COVID. COVID mental health is like a big thing. And the way SORAD currently works, so the rapid response team for people who are without affordable housing, like we need to augment that program to include mental health. And currently it's housed within the Chapel Hill Police Department. And I think our chief was in communication with their chief, and there may be an opportunity to just have them expand their geography. And this could take some of the burden off of our police force, which is struggling to hire police. So talk about, synergies, like there's an opportunity there to really have this rapid response team making use of what Chapel Hill's already got in place in terms of SORAD and augmenting that for behavioral health. So really, like when you list mental health and behavioral, that's what I think of as an opportunity.
The way we did with the loans and the financial assistance for people who have been convicted of felons and stuff and having trouble getting back on their feet, rather than us starting our own program, we just join
Right,
up
similarly
Chapter,
with
yeah.
SORAD, like instead of having our in-house within our police department, rapid response for mental health, like augment that program that already exists within the Chapel Hill department and expand the geography that they serve. And then we just pay for them from these funds, and thereafter from the savings that we're not paying for in staffing for police department, you know. So exciting. There's a lot of opportunities for this money.
Arch, would you send us a copy of these slides?
Mm-hmm. I'll let them right here. You can just get.
And Arch, I think we're just wrapping up. I wanted to make two really quick comments. One is that in terms of these synergies, I've always thought that a good use of that would be at the 203 project, having social workers there, that idea of walking through the door and that one person being able to connect you to whether it's mental health services or childcare or drug, alcohol addiction services or affordable housing or food services, just having that one person right there can make such a difference as opposed to needing to go to all of these different places that can feel so overwhelming. And then the only other thing I wanted to lift up, I can see, as Barbara and so many others have talked about, just sort of looking at the prominence of the housing. I think you were saying that the size of the rectangle is based on the number of people that we're identifying that as a priority area for them. Is that what those the size of the rectangle? Oh, okay. Then, well, let's just say that in terms of this affordable housing piece here, we have heard a little bit from community members who are they have adult children with special needs. And the housing, and I know that if Rebecca is there, the housing for these folks is there's a tremendous shortage. So the parents are waiting; they're on waiting lists with literally hundreds of people. The parents are aging, and knowing that at some point they will pass away, and they're wanting to know that their kids are going to have homes, and they're going to be safe and off the streets. And it's a huge, there's just a tremendous shortage. So in addition to all of these other areas that are so critical for affordable housing, whether it's people that are earning less than 30% AMI or the seniors on fixed incomes, or, I hope that we can also be looking for ways to get affordable housing for adults in the community that do have various special needs, and trying to find some ways that they can get some wraparound services in their own homes to help them live meaningful lives. So I just wanted to lift that up. Any other comments, y'all? Okay. 11:30. Thank you, Arch, for all your work on this. And I know that, Sammy, you had one addition to the other council member matters.
Yeah, matters for the board. Yeah, I just wanted to check in with Mr. Manager. Before you were our manager 3 years ago, this council made a motion that the board will have a work session in the coming year. This was in June of 2019. So exactly 3 years ago, that we'll have a work session in the coming year that will be open for the board to request information for beginning the conversation where the board left it off on the fate of Bolin 3 and 4. I would like for us to, at our next work session as a council, come with those requests so that coming after the summer break, we can have a meeting with that information to continue that conversation. I don't foresee this being an item that would take too long, because we would just be coming and sharing what it is that we would want as information for that follow-through meeting. Our work session, our next work session is what, mid-June?
We don't have an actual work session scheduled. We made some time on the June 14th to continue the budget conversation. But there's not one scheduled at this point as a formal work session. But are you requesting for some time for council to respond to that?
Yeah, before our summer break, if that would be possible, as we've requested 3 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Manager. And then Randy, did you want to talk about something?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask, it's been such a long evening. We're all sitting here masked, and and I'm concerned about the numbers of COVID. I've seen them; they're just jumping way out of proportion, and there's the numbers are just very high throughout the community. There's also the issue of the long COVID now, and I'm just concerned about masking for our meetings and our mask ordinance in town. I think people are being rather cavalier, and the numbers keep going up. And I don't know, Chief, if this is something you can answer, or if this is something we as a council just need to, make a decision about. I don't know when they're thinking it's going to level off, but instead of leveling off, the numbers are going up. So I bring this to y'all because, I personally know of a half dozen folks within the last 2 weeks who have tested positive. I wasn't here 2 weeks ago because I was afraid that I might have tested positive, and I went for a test the Wednesday after the meeting, and I was, I was negative, but I didn't know, so I was being protective of my colleagues here and anyone who would have shown up. But the fact of the matter is, folks are testing at home or not even testing at home, and we don't know. So I am very much interested in having further protections for our town and our community in general. Thank you, Chief.
We should play Hell's Bells or something here for the ninth inning walk-up.
Yeah, no kidding. So good evening. I have gotten a report from Quintana. So again, going back, Wednesday, tomorrow morning is a weekly report. So as of last Wednesday morning, we were seeing an uptick in cases. Quintana had identified that she said there's going to be several waves throughout the summer. And we're in a wave right now. Graduations, prom, social gatherings. I would anticipate we're going to see one in June after Memorial Day, kind of like what we saw last year. As of last Wednesday, while the case counts were increasing, hospitalizations were slightly increasing, but the severity of the cases, the hospitals were not seeing the severity of the impact on people that have tested positive is still at the low level to where they're not seeing the increase. We did slightly uptick in our community numbers. We went from low to medium. And so our COVID-19 admissions per 100,000 in a 7-day total went to 11.2, which is just 10 is the threshold. So we're just over that threshold. So we are into medium. In my numerous conversations with her, there are metrics or there are different things in place. So if we hit the high, that's when you're going to see the mask mandates return. But as of right now, when it's low and medium, it's the push from the health department, the push from the health community is vaccinations and boosters. They just released the booster for children. And so that's the continued push. Additionally, they have a new program called Test to Treat, T2T. It's a nationwide initiative that provides individuals a more effective way to rapidly assess life-saving treatment for COVID-19. There's requirements for the site, and it's actually a federal program. There's pharmacies involved, and so they continue to roll out the medications. So when people do get sick, it is about getting that treatment started right away. And we are still seeing, our testing numbers are declining, and typically what we're seeing is those test numbers are going up. When someone tests positive at home, then they go for the PCR test at the health department to confirm that they're positive. And so we still, our numbers are, and that was one of the reasons we stopped with the percent positive, because it just was inaccurate. And we're still seeing that people are just going to get actually formally tested to confirm a positive case. As far as what's in the area, as far as the different variants, so BA2 is 82%, and the new one, BA 2.12.1, is about 17%, and then the remainder is BA1. And so that 0.12 one is, as anticipated, we are seeing more of that, and that's part of this next wave.
And where is the conversation on the research that's come out about all of the unknowns with long COVID? I mean, even folks who have mild COVID are still experiencing long COVID effects.
There hasn't, at least in our circles, there hasn't been a lot of discussion on the impact of long COVID. Like I said, it's more pushing towards
anecdotal.
It's, if you're not comfortable, wear a mask, and it's more about just kind of watching the numbers, watching the metrics.
I just don't know what to say after 2.5 years of this, and seeing that it's like we all should earn the Darwin Award. Seriously, because no one's learning a blessed thing about protection. That, when I wear this, yeah, I'm protecting me, but I'm also protecting you. And the variants are going to keep coming.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be faster, and they're going to seem milder. I mean, in my case, and I'll just say this, it was allergies. But the physician told me flat out the variants now express themselves the same way allergies do.
We've seen actually the last couple variants where we've had people that have tested positive that had a strictly allergic, their normal allergies in the spring with the pollen, and they're like, just going to get tested anyway, and they come back positive. We're still and we're also still continuing to see people test positive with absolutely no symptoms at all.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the percentage of people who are vaccinated who get long COVID is like 12 to 15%. So it's significant, and we don't even know what the outcomes are going to be over time as more people get. So I'm all for the precautionary principle. I mean, you say that mask mandates will come back when the community levels are high, but that's the recommendation from the health department, because mask mandates are our prerogative as a council. We are the ones that do that. So it's really, Randy sounds like she's on board. I'm on board. So when y'all are ready, we can be taking those reins and implement mask mandates, because I do believe that. I do believe in public health, and I think it's our responsibility to really, take care of our community, especially in light of something so unknown as COVID. There are other places that are way more cautious, like we saw China lock down whole cities. We're not talking about lockdown. We're talking about wearing masks, which has been politicized for communities that aren't supposed to be progressive, like our own. And yet here we're so reluctant to implement something so basic.
We're meeting in person, and I can't tell you how many municipalities are still not meeting in person.
Yeah. So I mean, it sounds like Randy, at a minimum, you're talking about maybe for our meetings wearing masks. Is that something that we could request, Mr. Attorney or Mr. Manager? Or is that something the council is comfortable in asking for of our community?
You mean just for the council meetings, that
Yeah,
anybody who attends a council
the
meeting
council's
wears a
not
mask?
ready for an outright mask mandate, so just for a council
I'm
meeting.
not in a position to make a decision on that tonight. I would need to think about it.
Or others, temperature check, do others feel any which way?
I think it's potentially pretty reasonable. I think it's probably not a decision I can reach tonight either.
No, I agree, maybe not tonight, but I would like to see us, I mean, we have very few meetings left. Why take the chance? So,
Okay, so maybe we can check in next meeting to see if folks are ready then.
let's not say, hey, take the temperature, huh?
Thanks.
Thank you, Chief Schmidt.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, is there a, yes,
my
Barbara,
husband.
yes.
So as most of you, pretty much all of you are aware, our first and only black town manager passed away about a week ago, Mr. Robert Bob Drakeford. He was a trailblazer, he was visionary, and he was forward-thinking. And we are the recipients of his exemplary service. My husband and Mr. Drakeford, Mr. Knight, they were visionary before we even thought about it. And I think all of us know that, and we're the recipients of their service. And so what I would like for the council to consider at some point, when it's time, is that the 203 project building be named after Mr. Robert Bob Drakeford. It should be called the Drakeford Building. And at such a time when we discuss that, that is what is out on the table. Thanks.
Thanks, Barbara. And just you didn't mean to say this, but Mayor Drakeford, I think you said manager.
I know what I see is Sammy. Don't correct me.
Just for
Mayor
people's,
Pro Tem,
it's
can you
just
go
for
ahead and
people's
adjourn the
benefit.
meeting?
Is there a motion
So
to?
moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Danny? Meeting is adjourned. We will not be meeting next Tuesday, so everybody have a good Memorial Day weekend.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.